Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. A historic summit is about to take place in Anchorage, Alaska. US President Donald Trump will hold talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin to discuss an end to the war in Ukraine. It's been 10 years since Putin has visited the US and the first time the two leaders have met on American soil. Over the next 40 minutes, we'll look ahead to the upcoming meeting with all the latest expert analysis on a day many are calling Europe's biggest moment since World War II. It's been called a high-stakes summit, and today the US and Russian presidents will meet face-to-face for the first time since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's all to play for as self-styled peacemaker and deal-maker Donald Trump attempts to mend rifts and bring about an end to the war. Trump's told reporters Putin is not going to mess around with him, whilst Putin has praised the US for making a sincere effort. All eyes will be on the US military base Almendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska, as two of the world's most powerful leaders sit down for the first time since President Trump returned to office. Here is what he had to say ahead of this summit.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I weren't president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
We can now go live to Anchorage in Alaska to speak to our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, President Donald Trump, of course, has boarded Air Force One. He's heading to meet Putin in Alaska. What is the atmosphere like in Anchorage ahead of this much anticipated meeting?
Well, as you'd imagine, there is a massive international media presence here in Anchorage. People literally coming from all corners of the world to cover this summit, perhaps a reflection of just how important this is going to be and the global reverberations that this meeting could have. But when you go into downtown Anchorage, and I can't stress enough to you that this is the height of the summer tourism here in Alaska, when you go downtown, you see a mix of Americans from the lower 48 states, as they're known as, and the sentiment is a bit mixed. Some people saying, oh, great, my two favorite dictators are going to be here in Alaska. Other people just don't want to get involved in it. But it is business as usual by and large. Alaska has this long history, not just with Russia. Don't forget that the U.S. purchased Alaska from Russia back in 1867, and it didn't become a U.S. state until 1959. But it also has been a location where we have seen these types of high-level summits taking place in the past. It is taking place, as you mentioned, between Trump and Putin at the Almendorf-Richardson Air Force Base, which is right here behind me. This is going to be a one-on-one meeting behind closed doors with just the interpreter, something that is not particularly usual for these types of discussions, especially when the stakes are so incredibly high. To not even have a note taker in the room to kind of log what is discussed is unusual, but this is the way that Trump likes to operate. He sees a lot of value in these face-to-face meetings in feeling people out, and he says he can feel Putin out in just a couple of minutes after sitting down with him later this morning.
And Tony, the teams accompanying President Trump and Vladimir Putin have been revealed for, as you called it, this high-stakes summit that's about to happen. What more do we know about these political and economic senior officials, or heavyweights, as people call them?
Well, it's very interesting because normally when there are these types of diplomatic situations, these meetings that take place, these summits, you don't normally bring with you top economic advisors. And we are seeing that take place for both of these delegations when they're essentially bringing businessmen to this meeting. And that is because it is becoming increasingly clear that any sort of ceasefire and eventual peace deal is going to have a business component to it. If you look at the map right now, Russia controls about a fifth of Ukrainian territory. So it also has been increasing its attacks, increasing potentially in the future the land that it would start to occupy. So for Russia to come to the negotiating table, it is believed at this point that there needs to be economic incentives for him to move forward with a ceasefire. So according to reports, the United States is readying a package that would include economic incentives, things like perhaps allowing Russia to develop natural resources here in Alaska, particularly in the Bering Strait, which is that very narrow strip of water that separates Russia from Alaska, just 88 kilometers between the two countries, but also allowing them to start mining those rare earth materials inside of Ukraine in the territory that it has already claimed and is occupying. Ukraine has a vast wealth of minerals, and this is something that Washington, of course, the United States has made its own deal with Ukraine on this, but it's something that Washington and Ukraine, or rather Russia, see as a potential source of business in the future. So we're starting to really see that this is not just about diplomacy. This is not just about ending a war. This is about setting a path forward for deeper economic integration, potentially, between the United States, Ukraine, and Russia. And when you start to get that type of economic integration, where businesses are partnering with each other on these very lucrative projects, in the future, you could see the situation where it becomes much more difficult to perhaps impose sanctions if there's bad behaviors, or certainly to kind of break those business ties. This is going to deepen, potentially, the relationship between all of these countries.
Tony Waterman in Anchorage, Alaska, thank you so much for joining us. I'm now joined by John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, thank you so much for joining us. So the day has arrived and Donald Trump has told reporters that something is going to come of his meeting with Vladimir Putin. And my question, John, is he right to be so optimistic?
Well, today there are a number of constituencies. There's a group that never wanted this gathering to take place. There's another group that hopes that both President Putin and President Trump's aircraft run out of fuel and they have to turn around. And then there's a third group that wants the event to take place, wants President Trump to not hear what he wants to hear and dramatically walk out of the meeting, get back on Air Force One and return to Washington. So there is a sizable constituency that wants failure, because they feel that success will be defined not to Ukraine's advantage. And what we expect to have happen is a combination of today and tomorrow. If you look at the delegations, as your setup piece talked about, you see that there is a heaviness on those commercial, economic, financial. And that's deliberate from both sides, saying that, yes, the Ukraine-Russia war is important, but it's not as important as President Trump feels the bilateral relationship is between the U.S. and Russia.
So, John, I guess you just touched on the economic delegations going there from both the US and Russia. We know Vladimir Putin is bringing a lot of business people to the summit in Alaska. Is Vladimir Putin at all interested in ending the war with Ukraine? Or is he interested, as our reporter said earlier, Tony Waterman, the deeper ties with the US and the economic deals?
Ideally, President Putin wants both of them. There's always been this unnecessary debate and continuing discussion amongst heads of state, heads of government within the European Union, within NATO, other countries supporting Ukraine, which is they will always say, look, President Putin still wants Ukraine. True. But you have to then look at what does he have the capacity to get? And he doesn't have the capacity to conquer, to take over Ukraine, as he tried to do beginning on the 24th of February, 2022. And so he is looking at the U.S. relationship as very important. However, ending in some way what's happening in Ukraine is incredibly important to him, because that is weighing on their economy. The economy is not crashing, as some analysts and pundits and politicians would like to say. It's in a sort of a slow burn, but it still has a lot of capacity. The Russian Federation economy has the capacity to inflict a lot of damage on Ukraine. But it comes with a cost. So President Putin, if he can find a way, whether it's accepting President Trump's, ceasefire and then engaging in some way, he's prepared to do it, and I think he wants to do it. A lot of this has to do with performance and has to do with optics in terms of who looks like they're retreating, and no one wants to look like they're retreating.
And John, President Trump has said territorial swaps will be discussed, but he's got to let Ukraine make that decision. I apologize for that. Could Zelensky give up territory to reach a ceasefire deal?
He could, and Ukraine is likely to have to do that. It's unfair, it's wrong, but you have to look at military realities, economic realities, and there isn't much of a setup piece where you can say that Russia's going to extract itself from the roughly 20% of Ukraine that it's occupied. And you need to look at the real estate. The real estate has not changed all that much in 2+ years. Russia has pretty much held on to what it had from 2014 and then what it gained from 2022. It did lose a good amount in the northern areas and around Kiev, but they're holding, and they're not likely to give that back. Now, one option under discussion, it hasn't been public, but one option under discussion, and again, painful for Ukraine, it has to do with redrawing the current map of Ukraine for the borders of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, where the Russians control in 3 of the 4 about 70% or so. So one way for Ukraine to alter this a bit, where Russia says, look, we want all 4 of those oblasts, Ukraine says, well, we're going to push those. We're going to shrink them. Therefore, it's a little less territory that Ukraine's going to give up. Again, not a great solution. There are no great solutions with this, but eventually, Ukraine's likely going to have to give some territory. We're now into what had been a war of real estate. It's now a war of semantics, whether it's refusal to recognize, de jure, temporary, whatever the case is going to be. But where Ukraine is getting pushed to is sign whatever you need to sign and just stop the killing. And then what's going to happen is what's going to happen. The actuarial tables, President Putin isn't going to be there forever. President Zelensky's not going to be there forever. President Trump's not going to be there forever. So sign what you need to sign, because a peace treaty between the two countries is going to take decades, if it ever.
John, can I just ask you a question extremely quickly, just because we are short on time? But you just said to me, redrawing the map, and also that must be extremely unnerving for the European leaders. They obviously on the edge as they wait for the outcome of the summit, and if Trump will give Ukraine a fair deal. But redrawing of the map wouldn't be good for Europe.
No, and I somewhat didn't answer part of your question, which was, is President Trump going to be talking about land, talking about real estate, and he's going to be talking about it. He may not, quote, make a deal for it, but if he signs off on it, Europe pretty much is going to have to go along. And you're right, European Union, which wants Ukraine as a member, NATO members, which some of them want Ukraine as a member, they're not going to be happy because it's rewarding the aggressor. It's rewarding the one who attacked. Sometimes, though, using biblical, David doesn't defeat Goliath. And in this particular case, it's just unlikely, given the economic and military realities that is Russia, that they're going to extract themselves from the 20% of Ukraine, pay reparations, promise all sorts of, promise that they won't invade again, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, the focus really needs to be on stopping the killing, because NATO and the European Union are not going to step up with committing troops and $50, $60, $70 billion a year, particularly without the U.S. backstopping them. And President Trump isn't really interested in doing that.
John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Now, one notable person missing from today's proceedings is Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Earlier in the week, President Trump spoke to Zelensky alongside European leaders about Ukraine's security guarantees. Despite today's talks, there's been no let-up in the fighting. Overnight, Ukraine attacked Russia's Kursk region, killing 1 and injuring 10. Russia's defense ministry say they intercepted 5 Ukrainian drones across multiple regions, including an oil refinery. Meanwhile, a petrol station in the Sumy region in northeastern Ukraine was hit by a Russian attack. I'm now joined by Professor Dmitry Novikov from the School of International Affairs at HSE in Moscow. Thank you, Professor, for joining us this evening. So we have seen protests in Ukraine ahead of this summit, but how are people in Moscow feeling about Trump and Putin meeting on the global stage?
Well, of course, we look at it pretty positively. Because, of course, in Russia, we do have some kind of feeling or that this war is close to an end, and that the Russian government would be able to end this war more or less on the conditions they declared from the very beginning. At least that is the feeling we have judging from what Trump was saying recently, and generally, of course, the very facts that the American president and the Russian president meet each other is a sign that Russia is breaking some kind of isolation which existed after 2022, after the beginning of the military campaign in Ukraine.
So I just want to say it almost sounds a little bit victorious in Moscow right now, but who has more leverage as we head into today's summit? As Trump welcomes Putin on American soil despite Russia invading a sovereign country and making nuclear threats, who has the best chance of making a deal? Is it Putin who has more power, or is it Donald Trump?
I think that both of them will try to insist, disregarding what will be the result of this summit, that this summit was victorious for them. Because from Trump's perspective, the key idea is just to end the conflict. Actually, he demonstrates that he is not so much interested in the exit results, the status of Ukraine, and so on, so on, so on. But he wants to demonstrate his ability to fulfill his obligations, which he declared during the presidential campaign and even earlier. For Putin, the most important thing is to demonstrate to the Russian people that he's victorious, and he has a strong chance to do it. We see that the military campaign in Ukraine stuck to some extent, and that even despite Russian troops have advantage on the front line, they move pretty slowly. What means that there is very small chance that Russian troops could make a strong progress. From this perspective, ending war at this stage demonstrating that Russia fulfilled its declarations, which the Russian government made in the beginning of war, well, it's a good chance for a comfortable exit from this conflict, where Putin could say that he's victorious side, that Russia is a strong power, and that most of the targets he pursued during this conflict are fulfilled.
So, Dmitry, I just want to ask you if Vladimir Putin will be willing to make some concessions and give up occupied Ukrainian territories in order for Russia to have a partnership with the US and Europe in the future. Because as you said to me, it appears like Russia is going to get everything it wanted from the beginning of the war. Will Russia give up anything to bring peace?
I don't think that his position is that he's going to sacrifice anything substantial, let's put it like that. Definitely, he will not give back any territories which are already occupied by Russian troops. Even if Trump administration would say that it will bring US-Russia relations to a better condition and so on, so on, so on. First of all, there is a very high level of distrust in Moscow, and I think that the Russian government do not believe in a long-range perspective of good relations with the United States of America. Still, they consider the United States as a potential foe, and consider that relations are still substantially a confrontation, not a partnership. Secondly, it is very, very vulnerable domestically because Russia sacrificed quite a lot of people during this conflict, and just giving back any territories would weaken positions of Vladimir Putin inside the country. So potential concessions which are possible are rather about the status of Ukraine. We remember that that Russia insists that Ukraine should be neutral, non-bloc, that military potential of Ukraine should be limited. Here, I think there is some kind of gray area where both sides can bargain and where Russia can make some concessions.
Professor Dmitry Novikov from the School of International Affairs at HSE. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Let's continue this conversation now with Olena Komenko, a Ukrainian MP and a member of Committee on Security, Defence and Intelligence. Olena, thank you so much for joining me. You heard what my previous guest just had to say there, and I don't know what your thoughts on that are, especially when it comes to Ukrainian territory. It has been a very discussed topic ahead of this summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin.
Thank you for having me. I haven't listened to the whole conversation, but I would like to inform our distinguished audience that as preparations to Alaska summit are underway, we continue to receive reports from across Ukraine of fresh Russian attacks. In Sumy, the central market was hit. In Dnipropetrovsk region, cities and enterprises targeted. In Zaporizhia and Kherson and Donetsk regions, deliberate strikes continue. And this war persists because there is not even a signal from Moscow about ending it. On the every day of these talks, they are still killing, and that says everything. With regards to territories, our constitution defines our territory, and President Zelensky repeatedly stressed that Ukrainians will not agree to give up their land. Any idea to trade territory for peace is unacceptable. Any agreement that compromises our sovereignty is not peace. It is an invitation to further aggressions. The Alaska meeting must reaffirm that Ukraine's borders, recognized internationally in 1991, are not a bargaining chip. This is a position of Ukraine.
And Olena, I was just hearing you talking to me earlier about the continued Russian attacks on Ukraine. And earlier today, ahead of this meeting, President Volodymyr Zelensky said, "We are counting on America." And he also says any deals made without Ukraine are dead decisions. So right now, what are your hopes for this meeting? Do you think Donald Trump is going to stand up for Ukraine and make sure that he ends the killing and he does bring a ceasefire?
As President Zelensky underscored, that ceasefire alone is not enough. We need real security. The true security must come with real security guarantees, and the United States should be directly involved in providing them. These securities must be reinforceable, not symbolic, so that Russia cannot regroup and attack again. This also means Russia cannot have a veto over Ukraine's European Union or NATO membership. Otherwise, that would reward aggression and undermine the very idea of European security and stability. And we have no reason to trust Putin's words about peace. His actions show that he does the opposite: more attacks, more occupation, more repression, and in the areas he controls. This is why we need security guarantees, not empty promises. And of course, it is important to have United States involved.
Yes, of course. And Donald Trump is going to discuss security guarantees with Vladimir Putin today. He did mention that on his way to the summit in Alaska on Air Force One. But another thing is Russia wants Ukraine to drop plans for NATO, cut its army, and also accept its territorial gains. And right now, I'm just listening to you, and both Ukraine and Russia sound very far apart on what can actually bring peace to both countries and end this war. Could any of these be compromised on Ukraine's part? And what would that actually mean? So do you think Ukraine could possibly say, right, we're not going to rejoin NATO, freeze its front lines and accept Russian occupation?
Both territories and Ukrainian and aspiration of Ukraine to join NATO and the EU are enshrined in our constitution. So this is not something Ukraine is ready to give up on. And in recent days, President Zelensky held what he described as long, useful, and positive conversation with President Trump, as well as European leaders. They coordinated positions to ensure a united front going into the Alaska meeting, and they coordinated positions to ensure that stopping the killing must be immediate, and diplomacy on Ukraine and Europe must happen with Ukraine and Europe, and security must come with strong guarantees. This unity between Ukraine, the European Union, and United States is our greatest leverage against Russian aggression. So we are not ready to give up on land, and we're not ready to give up on NATO membership and EU membership.
And Alina, I just want to ask you that Donald Trump has really tempered expectations for any deal being made during this summit with Vladimir Putin. But he has said the second summit where Putin meets Zelensky is going to be the most crucial one to come. Now, do you think that that second summit will actually happen and we'll see Zelensky meet Vladimir Putin alongside Donald Trump? Or do you think that that is unlikely at this stage?
We will see. We will see the results of this first summit, but there are 5 principles agreed with our partners. So there should be Ukraine's full participation. There should be an immediate ceasefire. There should be robust security guarantees with United States involvement and no Russian veto on our Euro-Atlantic future and coupling negotiations with increased pressure. We need to sustain sanctions. We need to keep pressuring Russia so that they will agree on these terms.
Olena Komenko, Ukrainian MP and member of Committee on Security, Defence and Intelligence. Thank you for your insights and joining the show. As well as discussing the ongoing war, today's discussions could also include a nuclear arms deal between Russia and the US. Putin has told senior Kremlin officials broader peace could be achieved if Russia reached an agreement over strategic offensive weapons. The United States and Russia previously agreed to limit their nuclear arms under the New START treaty in 2011. However, this treaty is actually due to expire in February 2026. We can now go live to Moscow to speak to Alexander Kuznetsov, Deputy Director of the Institute for Forecasting and Political Resolution of Conflict Situations. Alexander, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. I appreciate you taking the time. Russian state media is claiming that Donald Trump is going to meet Vladimir Putin on his plane when he lands in Alaska, and that the meeting could last around 7 hours. Is a breakthrough actually likely at the end of this summit?
I think that many questions were discussed on this summit of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And of course, this was a Ukrainian issue. And also, of course, the issue of nuclear disarmament and of the treaty of the long and medium range missiles, as you mentioned, because America is preoccupied with this issue, and I think that American administration would like to renew this treaty and in prospect to include the Chinese People Republic also in this treaty, because the nuclear potential of Russia and China prevails of the nuclear potential of the United States of America now. And also I think that the issues of the Russian-American relations in economic sphere also were touched on this summit. We have read some speculations about, particularly about the possible renewal of the Russian natural gas to Europe through the Northern Stream pipeline, if U.S. will be interested in this project.
So,
and also I think the issue of the Middle East.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I just wanted to speak to you a little bit more about why President Putin has been talking about a new nuclear weapons treaty with the US ahead of this meeting with President Donald Trump today. Why has nuclear been featuring so high up?
I think that the new nuclear treaty is one of the most important issues now to make the situation in this sphere less dangerous, and to exclude any possibilities of the nuclear war, the nuclear conflict between two sides. But in the previous 20 years, United States often violated its obligations and the many treaties on this issue. And there were many violations, there were many breaches of previous treaties, so we need to make a revision of all the agreements and treaties in on this problem, I think.
Alexandra Kunetsov, Deputy Director of the Institute for Forecasting and Political Resolution of Conflict Situations in Moscow. Thank you for joining us. While Europe has felt anxious about the upcoming US-Russia summit, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has said it's glad Beijing has long called for a political resolution to the crisis. The possible thaw between Moscow and Washington comes at a time when Beijing is also attempting to mend its relationship with the White House. Camille Nedelec explains.
Officially, China's stance on the Ukraine war reflects the country's trademark caution, calling for diplomacy and dialogue, and rebuking the US for not doing the same.
We urge the US to stop shifting blame on the Ukraine issue or creating confrontation, and instead play a more constructive role in promoting ceasefire and peace talks.
Unofficially, China reportedly wants Russia to keep Washington busy. This summit is likely to be closely watched in Beijing. If successful, it could be a blueprint on how to get Trump on side. As the two countries have recalibrated their relationship, Washington has not hesitated to make a long list of demands. Among them, the US wants China to stop importing sanctioned Russian and Iranian oil. US President Donald Trump has said that revenue generated from Russian oil sales is helping to fund Russia's war machine. India faces tariffs of up to 50% in the coming weeks over its oil purchases, and China could be next.
Do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates to their purchases?
Could happen. Depends on how we do. Could happen.
But Beijing has long maintained what China does in China is none of Washington's business. And a move like that would sour relations as the two sides try to broker a permanent trade truce after the temporary deal was extended earlier this week. Meanwhile, the relationship between Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Xi is strong, with Putin due to visit China in just a few weeks. Camille Nedelec, Al Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top story. A historic summit is about to take place in Anchorage, Alaska. US President Donald Trump will hold talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin to discuss an end to the war in Ukraine. It's been 10 years since Putin has visited the US, and the first time the two leaders have met on American soil. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The Rail deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with the best of this week's W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. One news story dominated all front pages of newspapers today: the Alaska summit between American President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The New York Times tried to answer the question of why does Trump want to speak to Putin in one of its reports. The newspaper explores the upcoming Alaska summit between the two leaders, marking Russia's first high-level engagement with the U.S. since its isolation over Ukraine. The piece argues that Trump's push for the meeting is driven less by strategic necessity than by personal ambition, notably his desire to be seen as a global deal-maker and Nobel Prize contender. The report also details concerns from Ukraine, NATO and other allies that Trump might grant concessions or even weaken collective security. They caution that the summit's symbolism could overshadow substance, with Putin benefiting from renewed legitimacy. The piece portrays the event as a calculated but risky move in a volatile geopolitical climate. Moving on to the Washington Post, which published an article for Anna Husarska analyzing Donald Trump's proposal for a territorial land swap between Russia and Ukraine, contending it would legitimize aggression while causing deep humanitarian harm as well. Transferring Ukrainian-held parts of Donetsk to Russian control could indeed displace hundreds of thousands, many already traumatized by past occupation. The piece also warns of long-term instability and regional decline. And also the author argues that even if political realities force concessions in the future, the immediate costs are refugee crisis and human suffering, as well as destabilizing, and all of that outweighs potential diplomatic benefits. The review highlights a compelling humanitarian argument, though it leaves military and strategic counterpoints less explored. Michael Kimmage wrote in the Wall Street Journal asking, can the U.S. still be Europe's peacemaker? Kimmage, by the way, is a professor of history at the Catholic University of America and the author of Collisions, The War in Ukraine and the Origins of the New Global Instability. The author examines America's declining role in European conflict resolution using the Trump-Putin Alaska summit as a case study. Now, historically, the U.S. played a central role in European peace treaties, from Versailles to the Dayton Accords, often backed by military power and political commitment. Kimmage argues that the U.S. today lacks both leverage and political will, limiting its ability to broker meaningful peace in Ukraine. The article argues that while Trump seeks diplomatic engagement, Putin's history of delaying tactics and administration's intention to reduce U.S. involvement weaken the chances of a successful outcome. Ultimately, the piece suggests that Ukraine and its European allies, not the U.S., will likely determine the war's resolution. Moving on to The Times, which examines in its analysis the key issues likely to shape the Trump-Putin Trump-Putin summit in Alaska, the first meeting between the two leaders since Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Now, topics include Ukraine's Donbas region and contested oceanfront territories, security guarantees, the strategic placement of U.S. missiles in Europe, access to oil and rare earth minerals in Russian-occupied areas, and sanctions. Notably, the humanitarian crisis involving abducted Ukrainian children is excluded from the discussions. The piece highlights also the complex interplay between geopolitical strategy, economic interests, and also military considerations, suggesting that while the meeting may open dialogue, significant breakthroughs on Ukraine's sovereignty and security remain unlikely. The summit reflects both leaders' priorities and limitations in shaping post-war outcomes. Despite widespread wariness of the possible outcomes of the summit, Le Monde reported cautious optimism among European leaders as they still see hope for a ceasefire. The report provides a timely overview of diplomatic maneuvering ahead of the Alaska summit, including a video conference with US President Donald Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. The piece also emphasizes Trump's commitment and not to negotiate Ukrainian territory without Zelensky and his willingness to consider security guarantees as well. The report also examines European discussions on potential military support for Ukraine, ranging from training to a small reassurance force. Overall, the piece effectively contextualizes the summit's objectives, balancing cautious hope for a ceasefire with the uncertainties inherent in US and European commitments. The Moscow Times published an article by Ruth Diamond critiquing the Trump-Putin summit as a dramatic shift in U.S. foreign policy that abandons traditional allies while favoring Moscow. She situates the meeting in historical context, noting that hosting Russian leaders on U.S. soil has historically signaled recognition and respect, but under Trump, it conveys deference. Diamond highlights the summit's last-minute organization and also lack of clear objectives and sidelining of experienced diplomats, framing it as evidence of chaos and incompetence in foreign policy making. The article also warns that the event strengthens Putin's international position, giving Russian prestige and leverage, while weakening NATO and also support for Ukraine. The piece serves as both a critique of Trump's approach and also a cautionary assessment of its strategic consequences for the West. The Financial Times reported today on Israel's growing international isolation following the Gaza war. The report highlights how global criticism, diplomatic pressure, and economic sanctions, from European arms embargoes to divestment by Norway's sovereign wealth fund, have strained Israel's international standing. Public sentiment in the US and Europe has shifted, with declining support for military actions and rising recognition of a Palestinian state. Israeli officials express concern over long-term repercussions for trade, for technology, academic collaboration, and also tourism, as illustrated by protests in Greece and the blocking of cruise passengers. Despite global censure, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains defiant, framing international pressure as external political interference rather than a threat to national policy. Back to the Washington Post now, as in light of what many Americans call President Trump's attack on American democracy, Matt Bai wrote, arguing that the fragility of U.S. democracy amid President Trump's unprecedented actions stems less from institutional failure than from public inaction. It also contends that while Congress, the judiciary, and other pillars of government hesitate or defer, the electorate holds the ultimate responsibility to check executive overreach. Of course, drawing also on historical examples such as Nixon's resignation, The piece also emphasizes impeachment as a voter-driven mechanism rather than merely a congressional or judicial tool. The author critiques centrists and also conservative voters who tolerate Trump's agenda for perceived policy gains, suggesting that this enables executive misconduct. Ultimately, the article calls on the American people to exercise accountability, portraying civic engagement as the essential safeguard for democratic norms. In her article in The Guardian, Rebecca Solnit critiques Donald Trump's 2025 attempt to assert control over Washington, D.C., framing them as hypocritical power grabs, echoing the January 6, 2021 insurrection. Solnit emphasizes the contrast between Trump's claims of rising crime and the actual data showing a 30-year low, highlighting the administration's broader record of both visible and systemic violence, including international and domestic harm. She also argues that Trump's authoritarian tactics target diverse, progressive urban centers, portraying them as dangerous to justify draconian measures while privileging certain groups over others. The article also underscores the role of propaganda and exaggeration in sustaining right-wing agendas, and warns that the struggle over cities, rights and diversity reflects a larger battle against authoritarianism and societal pluralism in the United States. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. Now, health and well-being are central to Vision 2030, based on the understanding that for an economy to thrive, it must have a healthy population. Well, in this episode, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of a Saudi initiative which is actively working to extend the human lifespan. Well, we're going to be finding out how they're making this happen and what they've achieved so far. Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of the Hevolution Foundation, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Happy to have this discussion.
Now, Dr. Khan, let's start by talking about Hevolution. You're not for profit. You seek to decelerate the aging process and extend the human healthy lifespan. Just tell us a bit more about how Hevolution came to be and what you're seeking to achieve.
We were created by royal decree back in 2019, and our vision was very straightforward, though very profound, which is to extend human healthy lifespan for the benefit of all. Simply stated, we want to have people live longer and healthier as long as possible. The primary goal being to stay healthy and functioning. And importantly, we want to democratize this so that it impacts as many lives in the world as possible.
Okay, so you're invested in academic research and biotech startups, all of this with the goal, as you've been saying, of promoting longevity, slowing down the aging process, combating age-related diseases. Just tell us, how are things going so far and what's been the progress?
Well, we started operating. We built the organization. It took us about a year to start putting the people together, ideas and strategies. And then 3 years ago, we started doing sort of publicly visible activities. And we've done this in 3 ways, one of which is what you mentioned, which is investing in biotech companies. But if we step back a bit, the problem with the research field and the investment field in healthy aging, unlike cancer or diabetes and heart disease, which attract a lot of attention, are important, but the underlying causes of most of these diseases is the aging process. And very little attention around the world has been paid to this. And this is the genesis for evolution. What is clear when you look at this is there aren't enough ideas and technologies progressing from scientific labs all the way through to biotech companies to the marketplace. So that value chain is really very, very little is coming through. And we saw that. So what did we do? We started funding scientists to generate new ideas. We started training scientists to actually make this an area of their career focus. And then as those ideas are progressing, we provide capital to either create or fund startup companies, with the goal being that eventually these will end up in the hands of either large companies or they'll get scaled themselves. And you'll see these solutions in the marketplace. If you think about it in that way, we would like to think we made tremendous progress from not existing 4 years ago or 5 years ago as an entity. Today, we're the second largest funder of science in this field in the world, second only to the US federal government, with the largest philanthropy funding aging biology and healthy aging in the world. About 200 scientists are funded today by Evolution research grants. The first 4 biotech companies we funded, all of which were in animal and what we call preclinical stages, being tested in cells and mice, are actually now got technologies being tested in humans. That is extremely unusual to go from, in all 4 out of 4 now progressing. And it speaks to the demand was there, the solutions that were there, but what was missing was the strategic funding and the coaching and guidance we've given as a team. And if you look across. And then the third is we want to convene people. We want to bring the best ideas and exchange ideas. We launched that with our HealthSpan Summit. That was the first one, was almost 2.5 years ago. The last one we held, which was February of 2025, was the largest convening of such a meeting ever to occur in the world. We had 3,000 plus people register from 80 countries, and we had every sector represented. That's been unprecedented. So I'll let you decide on whether that's successful, but any criteria to go from not existing to being the biggest player in the field in philanthropy, to being the largest convener of the field, and to have accelerated technologies from animal research into humans, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. So my understanding from what you've been saying is, so your platform, you've got an incubating function as well, bringing together all these great minds. And as well as setting it all up, you've got some results already, haven't you? Just tell us what's been achieved, for example. I read something about some breakthroughs in the field of hepatitis B research, for example.
Yeah, so while hepatitis B isn't our focus, there's a lot to be learned by viral diseases like hepatitis B. So I think it's important to understand, why would a healthy aging company or a healthy aging entity be interested in this? Well, it turns out that when a virus infects a human cell, whether it's COVID or hepatitis, that virus enters the cell, hijacks the cell to use the cell to reproduce itself. But in the process, it actually not only damages the cell, but it causes aging of those cells that it infects. What we've learned is there is an acceleration in the aging process in many viruses when they come into the human cell environment. And so this is one of those win-win. If we can figure out how to not only retain the health and slow down the aging process of the cell, the host cell, it actually may be able to kick the virus out because it's more vigorous, it's more. So in the example of hepatitis B, about 80% of people who get infected with hepatitis B will eventually shed the virus and recover. 10 to 20% will keep that virus for the rest of their life in their body, and they're what we call chronic carriers. that would be okay, but they can not only pass the virus to other people because they're carriers, but they can cause long-term damage to liver and eventually, in some cases, liver cancer. And cancer increases risk as you age. So there is a tight link between aging process and cancer. So one of the companies that we're very interested in was looking at how the virus changes what we call the epigenetics within the cell, the host cell. And by intervening at that molecular level, in animals showed you can actually allow the cell to heal and kick the virus out, essentially. And so it cures. But that was done in animals. The exciting part is the first human trials have now started, which means the regulatory authorities have looked at the animal safety data, looked at the animal efficacy data, and have confidence that this is now worth testing in humans. Early stages, it's a huge jump to go from mice and animals to actually humans. And that's where we are. So it's a great example.
And just listening to you there, Dr. Khan, and when I hear buzzwords like aging and anti-aging, there's a tendency immediately to start thinking about an aesthetic dimension, because that's often what we associate with aging. And let's face it, there's a bit of vanity around the world, isn't there? So people want to look young as well as feel young. Are there some aesthetic benefits from tackling aging? And will people having longer, healthier lives also look younger?
Well, let's separate out, first of all, the sort of sometimes perception. We did a survey of people around the world and asked them, what is the most important thing that is to you personally as you age? And there were three things that were most important. They wanted to remain mentally functional and independent, physically functional and independent, and financially functional and independent. And interestingly, the third one is very related to the first two, because cost of being taken care of, productivity, all the rest of it. And then the fourth one is they don't want to appear old. So it is important, but not at the cost of the first three. You can look young, but not be able to think, not be able to move. And the amazing thing is, in the biology of this, you don't have to choose between them. We talked about the example in the liver, but the skin cells age as well. And we all know, as skin cells age, they lose their structure, they lose the rigor, and we look at this as manifesting as wrinkles, as changes in the skin integrity. So the question is, how do you figure out how to slow the skin cells from aging, just like muscle, or liver, or eye, or brain? And we have invested in that science. We have a company we're investing in that's actually looking at a model of skin aging. And again, if you think of the hepatitis example, we said, where should we look for that? Well, there are skin diseases that are a model for accelerated skin aging. So psoriasis is a good example. Patients with psoriasis have skin lesions where there's a lot of inflammation in that area of the skin. Usually we don't know why. But if you actually study those cells that are affected by psoriasis, they're actually older. They're aging fast. And so being able to deliver topically something that you apply to the skin that can not only treat the psoriasis, but treat the underlying biological aging process will not only help the skin heal, but actually brings that youthful rigor back into those skin cells. We actually have that being tested, just like in the hepatitis example, was tested in animals, but is now undergoing human trials. First, to see if it can treat the psoriasis in a very different approach. But you can imagine, let one's imagination run from here and say, well, if it works by slowing down the accelerated aging of a certain skin disease, what could it do to other areas? And let's see. So these are not things that are one versus the other. That's the great thing.
Okay, Dr. Khan, just tell us a little bit about the structure of Hevolution. For example, what percentage of people involved are Saudi nationals? Just give us a sense of who's involved.
So Hevolution was created because of a vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And it's his vision that led to our mission statement, our vision statement, and he's the chairman of our board. And really fortunate because we have very senior leaders guiding us at the board level, including His Royal Highness. We have several ministers. Prince Abdullah bin Bandar is the chairman of our executive committee. And so that's at the governance of the organization, headquartered here in Riyadh. Our organization, from a composition point of view, 3/4 of our employees and team members are Saudi citizens, Saudi nationals, based predominantly here in Riyadh. So we're unique, not only in what we do, how we do it, but even our composition. We're leading this global initiative for the benefit of all from Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We have satellite office in Boston, where we have about 15 or so employees that are fully subsidiary of us. We're divided up into 4 main groups. One leads the investments. That is the capital we invest in biotech companies, just like any other venture fund, but we're unique because 100% of our profits from the fund go back into the foundation. We want to be successful financially to promote the field, but we're not primarily looking for profits for the foundation. We want it to make it attractive for the private sector to enter. The second major group is our research funding group, where as a philanthropy, we fund predominantly universities, scientists around the world, including in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 Saudi scientists now funded by Evolution around the country and in the kingdom that have taken on aging research for the first time in their careers because Evolution has made this field attractive, first by providing funding, but also by creating awareness in the scientific field. The third group is the group that is responsible for convening all of the things we talked about. They manage the communications, but also host the Global Health Span Summit, which I talked about earlier, and took it from non-existent to being the meeting in the world to be at. And then the fourth group is now working on how do we translate this global footprint into operational research and clinical practice. Headquartered again, our vision is for that should be based out of the kingdom. So the first two are operational. The third and fourth, the translational stuff, are actually in strategic design and getting ready. So that's the structure of the organization, but we're a global team. We're just proud, including myself, to be Saudi citizens managing this, leading this for the benefit of humanity.
And you're about to get a little bit more global, aren't you? Because, well, you already mentioned that satellite office in Boston, but haven't you got plans to expand even beyond the United States as well?
Well, in some ways we already are. One of our research, the companies we mentioned, is actually conducting its human trials in France. Another one is conducting its research trials in New Zealand. And so our footprint, and another one, we have activity in the UK. So we're already operationally present in North America, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously, as I mentioned, the Kingdom, which is where our headquarters is. We have established physical presence with employees in North America. We're looking at the UK and Europe as a next step, and potentially a site in Asia, because there's so much now going on in this field in Asia. I mean, the continent with the greatest number of older people is Asia because of China. China has a huge aging population, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where the population now, people over the age of 60, is approaching 30+%. That's 1 in 3 citizens are now over the age of 60.
Right, and things are heading very much in that direction, aren't they? I mean, as we've been saying, 2 billion people over the age of 60 by the year 2050. I mean, that's double the number today, and that makes evolution all the more relevant, all the more significant, doesn't it? Not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world.
Nobody wants to live longer to be dependent. Remember, we know that. But if we can keep people healthy as long as possible, that will reduce the economic and human burden on society. And as I said, many societies are already at the point now where they cannot sustain this. Even wealthy countries like Scandinavia don't have enough of a workforce to even take care of their older population. And so this is also becoming not only a demographic issue, but a workforce challenge. There are not enough young people to do that. I'll give you one other statistic. In over 90% of US states, of the 50 US states, over 90% of them, the number one employer now is healthcare. That tells you something. When your economy starts to be driven by a service sector of providing health to your citizens, then, 30 years ago, it was manufacturing. And that's very topical these days. We talk about manufacturing jobs. The reality is the huge growth has actually happened in the service sector of healthcare. And that's not a sustainable curve. And US can't do it. Your home country, United Kingdom, cannot do it. Europe cannot do it. So there's lots of things. That workforce that's now being employed in healthcare could be contributing to society in other ways.
Okay, let's talk about this figure of $1 billion per year, which is what Hevolution has. Let's put this into context, because we're talking here about, it sounds like a really significant sum of money, but it's an investment, isn't it? And, you think $1 billion, you think, oh, what a lot of money. But in fact, I mean, it could bring about dividends in the future. Just help us and our viewers understand that number and put it into context for us.
It is and it isn't. Let me give you some comparators, which is somewhat a double-edged sword for us. We're celebrating we're the largest philanthropy in this field in the world. I would like to think that 10 years from now, we're like the 10th or 20th largest, even at this scale, because a lot more investment and a lot more research funding has come into this field, given the international scope of things. Today, as we speak, the US NIH has an annual budget of $40 billion. $20 billion of that is on cancer research. The second biggest is on cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Aging, the National Institute of Aging gets $4 billion, 1/10 of the budget. And so it makes you think, doesn't it, that your largest cost to the US federal government is Medicare and aging, but you spend 10% of your research budget on aging. And 50% of your $20 billion is going to cancer. Not that it shouldn't, but it asks the question, the number one cause of cancer is the aging process itself. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer. It's the number one risk for cancer is aging. So shouldn't we be thinking about how do you prevent those cancers from occurring as a result of this biology versus treating them once they occur? That's the dilemma. So I agree with you. It is a significant investment by our board and the Saudi government and the Saudi kingdom, but it's nothing compared to what could be and what's happened. By the way, 30 some years ago, there was no cancer research programs, tiny. And it was once global awareness rose to the levels it is now, that government started pouring money into cancer, and look at the dramatic results. Cancer used to be a terminal diagnosis. More than half of cancers are eminently treatable today because of that investment. I would like to think 30 years from now, we will look back and say Hevolution was not only the pioneer that started that whole movement, catalyzed it, but eventually brought so much more to the table because of those collaborations and others that entered this field.
Dr. Khan, we're coming to the end, but before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about what role artificial intelligence is playing in your field. I mean, is it helping to bring about breakthroughs faster than would otherwise be the case?
So, absolutely yes. No question. We're able to calculate, model, predict biology in a way that we could not have envisioned 10 years ago. There's no question. What has really broken through in this field is not only our ability to understand biology better, but we can take massive amounts of data and interpret them and look for patterns in a way we couldn't before. A human can't do it. But let us not forget that AI and machine learning, which is built on, and reasoning are tools. I'm old enough to start in college with a slide rule. Now I'm really a dinosaur, I know. But those were tools. Then we got calculators, then we got spreadsheets, then we got computers. So in that evolution, our tools have got more and more powerful. There's no question. One of the companies that I mentioned in the whole skin aging process has actually been using AI to optimize which molecules and how to target skin cells. So we're already using them in our ecosystem and in the research programs we fund or the companies we invest in. But it's going to continue to take both. Once you have a machine model through that learning, you've got to go back and test it, figure out new variables, and then update the models again. And that's iterative mechanism between the wet lab and the in silico lab are critical. We're doing both.
Okay, so the bottom line is that societies really need to care, don't they, about extending the healthy human lifespan. Can you just summarize for us in a couple of words why it's so important for societies to take this on board? And perhaps you can give us an example or something in the context of Saudi Arabia.
We all need to think about healthy aging at a personal level. It affects every one of us. At a family level, because we have dependents that are our loved ones. At a national level, all populations, including the kingdom, are now going through this demographic change. Let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very young population. 50% of the population is under 25. However, the birth rate in the kingdom, for lots of good reasons, has dropped from 6 children per couple to 2.2. That means this current young population will one day become a substantial in size older population without a lot of young people behind them. We need to care now on how to keep these young people healthy as they age. It's an opportunity for the kingdom, which many countries like Europe and North America don't have the luxury of actually planning ahead. Vision 2030 has a key part of it that says, how do we keep the Saudi population healthy and let them age in a healthy way? Free from chronic diseases, free from the complications. It's very consistent with Vision 2030. It's very important for the kingdom. It's very important for the Gulf. It's important for every country on the planet.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mahmood Khan, CEO of the Evolution Foundation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your interest. Truly appreciate it.
Well, I'm here now with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, you were listening in there to that interview with Dr. Khan. Just wondering what stood out for you?
Tom, I think the resounding message there was preventative care over sick care. And, you know, it's a field of medicine or life sciences that I've paid a lot of attention to, especially in recent years. It's interesting, actually. A few months ago, I went for my regular blood checkup. Actually, I saw one of my old doctors in Australia. And, you know, when I received the markers, I mean, thankfully, most things were seemingly positive, as he said. But I recall asking him on one of the metrics, hey, this seems a little low. I mean, at least at the bottom of the range, and it was related to the kidney or liver or something. And I remember asking, what can we do here? And the response I got was, no, everything's okay. And I said, I understand everything's okay, but what could we improve here? And I think this experience is very common for a lot of people in that in longevity or life sciences related investments, often, you know, the way the world healthcare systems are traditionally designed, we're focused on sick care rather than preventative care. That seems to be the theme. And a dear friend of mine from the segment made an interesting comment to me recently. He said, one of the challenges with investing in longevity and really allocating sizable budgets to the overall allocation is the fact that the KPIs are not as measurable as the sick or responsive care. And I think this is a really interesting takeaway we can pick up from what Dr. Khan was just sharing with us. You know, in the kingdom, there's, as we know, I mean, a very expansive set of investments and economic development initiatives underway, which target the near term or the mid to near term. But this is a great example of an area which has payoffs in the very long term. but is an absolutely critical, very important initiative to invest in. And, already Evolution being one of the world's largest research enterprises in this space, I think that's, just yet another testament to the ambition of what Vision 2030 is. And, let's not forget, Vision 2030, which we speak about regularly, Tom, yes, it's about a thriving economy, but it's about a healthy nation, an ambitious nation. And it's as much about not only the individual's longevity, but the nation's longevity. And I think this is very much in line with that overall ambition.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's that idea that a healthy economy has got to have a healthy population to support it. Just looking, where else we could sort of take the conversation. Longevity, as I said to Dr. Khan there, we tend to think of it as having a slightly aesthetic dimension as well. Aging, anti-aging procedures and treatments are something we hear a lot about. There's huge potential, isn't there, in this region, and in particular in this field. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is really leading the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I won't speak to the depth of the science here, but, if you sleep well, you hydrate, you look after your general health markers, and you maintain your well-being, both physical and mental, you tend to look better, first of all. And, that can be translated to, we could look at this in the broader aesthetic sense. I think there's great appetite also for the aesthetic aspect of life sciences or longevity. But it certainly extrapolates over the whole cycle. I think that the two coincide quite well. This is not simply, it's a case of preventing issues. It's a case of ensuring mental well-being. It's a case of ensuring that we reduce dependence, and that as the population ages, it remains healthy and happy and can continue to live a fulfilling life. And as Dr. Khan just mentioned, in Asia, there's an aging population, which is somewhat of a challenge. And, China is a big driver for this, given the elderly population. And if you want the nation to enjoy all of the economic prosperity and resilience, you have to ensure that they can enjoy it well and truly into a later time in life. So I think it coincides across the range.
Yeah, we tend to think of the Saudi population as being a young population. But of course, they won't be young forever, will they? And none of us are, unfortunately. But if we just to wrap up, think about that figure of $1 billion a year being allocated to the Evolution Foundation. As we were saying, it sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, it's an investment that's going to pay pretty significant dividends, isn't it? I know you can't put a number on it, but they are there, aren't they?
Well, first of all, Tom, I'll just say I like to think I'm young at heart, so perhaps not every one of us is aging, but age is just a number, as they say. The investment, once again, reconciling what Dr. Khan was sharing, what I've heard in personal experience on multiple occasions is that one of the challenges here is the attribution of investment efforts to direct impact, particularly in the short term. So it really takes an ambitious DNA. It takes vision and insight, to use the same language. It takes a group or people that really, really can extrapolate this far into the future and recognize that whilst, it may seem like research projects or venture in the short term, it's far more than that. The healthcare budgets of most advanced nations, the OECD nations, if you look at those, let alone, the broader world, combining all those budgets across the different regions, we are already investing. The world is investing far beyond perhaps what it would take. Maybe it would take a fraction to really extend the lifespan of mankind and spread that across many nations to ensure healthier, happier lives, not just in Saudi Arabia, but for the world. But it's a case, in my opinion, of rebalancing. It's reallocations, right? So as Dr. Khan mentioned, in the US, $40 billion is going into healthcare, and yet less than 10% is invested into this field. It's something we should question there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again very soon.
Well, as in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
There's no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling. And then
Immersive.
it was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right. How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, like it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, you know, it's weird because I did a lot of it, like I was pretty much by myself, you know. I'm like, I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual, so I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And you know, there's always like that awkward version where they have to do like all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's like if she's screaming because she just, you know, did some crazy whatever, you know, it's like me alone in a room, just like by myself, just going, you know, which, you know, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later it's like, I think I needed that, you know?
Ew, Dad. Ooh, Mommy like.
Who's making this stuff?
Not me!
Whoa! Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out
It
just
hasn't
yet.
come out yet, and the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel like very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you know, you have this pre-established, you know, these eyes on you and this expectations, yeah, it gives it way more pressure.
This is my new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, you know, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy, or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that, that wallowing misery.
I love wallowing misery. That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I've got to tell you a secret. Sparkle with the angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even, you know, in the horror genre, even in the most, you know, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that you know are right. And like for the younger actors, you know from their audition tapes, when you see them, you know that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Non mi tieni, non mi ritraccio. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. You know, if you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, you know, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love, you know. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
Please state your name.
Ryland Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. You know, it's always better to be in a good movie.
Rise and shine. Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you?
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
Make it count.
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Oh, yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, like, think about the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in scenes and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah.
Everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally.
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durant, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors, CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys, on set? I mean, obviously, with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people depending what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly. They get to play in all the different worlds. And selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston, some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it around it. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness in the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens, but it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers, from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, with these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. You know? So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Driven. Detective Frank Driven. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked God film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did... What done?
You did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, you know. But when he was on that Airplane, you know? Unforgettable, eh? You know? Don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, his professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, you know, in the process. Nobody messes with the police squad.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Are humans becoming obsolete? We've built computers to do our thinking, our calculating, many of our daily chores, and even advanced tasks. Will they soon replace our human friendships too? AI companions are becoming less science fiction and more non-fiction. Will they become the norm? And are they putting young people at risk? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. I want you to meet Abby. She works at an aged care facility in Melbourne, Australia.
So she's been designed and built to address and alleviate loneliness. So people just talk to her as a one-on-one friend and companion. So people talk to her about, stories from their life, their love affairs, their family stories. They don't see her as a robot. They see her as a friend.
That sounds really heartwarming, right? But would you feel the same if Abby looked more human and was the main source of friendship for, say, a regular school kid? A recent study found 70% of US teens have used or regularly use an AI companion. And of them, 31% said talking to their robotic friend was just as or more satisfying than talking to a real one. So are humans out and humanoids in? Because this technology and its applications are still relatively new, not much research has been done into the long-term impacts on a young person's development. So on this episode, we'll debate if AI companions are set to replace real human friends and partners. Could that pose a danger to teenagers? And are human beings going to become obsolete? Joining the show to discuss the degree to which AI will and is, in some regards, replacing humans in our daily social and professional lives is Dr. Rumman Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence and the former US Science Envoy for AI. Andrew Kegel is with us, CEO of Robotics, a company which builds AI-powered robots for companionship, entertainment and customer service. And rounding out our expert and very high-tech panel is Dr. Lydia Kostopoulos, founder of AI Compassion Coach and author of Imagination Dilemma. Everyone, welcome to Counterpoints. This is going to be a really interesting discussion. When ChatGPT first hit the internet, people were worried about kids cheating on their homework or plagiarising essays. Now the applications and maybe the worries go far beyond that. AI is playing a greater role in young people's lives, more so than just in their schoolwork. It's now informing and sometimes replacing their real-life relationships. But is it a good thing? Raman, let's start with you. Will AI companions one day replace real human friends or partners?
In short, no. I think that at a meta level represents a pretty big existential crisis for humanity if we are no longer interacting with each other. Artificial intelligence, it is programming. There is nothing real, alive, sentient, loving, feeling, or caring about it. So when people develop relationships with AI systems, it's what's called a parasocial relationship. It is not actually reciprocated. It is the mimicry of reciprocation. And also because these are built by commercial entities trying to get you to buy and use their product, they suffer from something called sycophancy, which means that it is telling you what you want to hear, making you feel good, and this creates artificial expectations that then create people unable to operate in the real world. Because in the real world, you have to compromise, you have to interact, and you have to deal with situations that might be uncomfortable or difficult for you.
Andrew, what do you think? Because your robots are so human-like. Do you think that human relationships in certain circumstances can be replaced?
Right. I think they're already being replaced. And so, I mean, I would take a counterpoint to what was just said to say it's not the future. I think it's the now. And the way we view things is that we're sort of filling a void. We're not necessarily replacing what I would call more mainstream human relationships, but we're filling a void with people who may be, for example, geographically isolated, people with PTSD or social trauma. We've recently sold a robot to a family that has a 30-year-old autistic son who has difficulty communicating with humans in a traditional form, but really enjoys communicating with AI. And so for a lot of people who maybe, again, don't have access to traditional relationships, they don't live in a big city, I do believe we're filling a void, and that the AI can take on more human characteristics where it's not just there to be a pleaser, but can actually provide lifelike type interactions.
Lydia, what's your take? Two kind of, not polar opposite, but two sort of competing views there.
Well, perhaps the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think that it's important to mention that these technologies are coming at a moment in time where we are already experiencing social isolation. And many like to think that this is a new phenomenon. But actually, political scientist Robert Putnam made the famous Bowling Alone thesis, where he explained that social activity has been in decline since the 1950s in the US. So we do have a fragmentation of society. I'm not saying that AI companions or robots will fix that or should fix that. But I think it's important that this context is present as we discuss this. I personally think that AI bots, companions, coaches have a role to play, and that it is different than what a human does in many ways.
We're going to come to maybe the differences, maybe the dangers in our next segment. But I guess I want to keep focused on how far-reaching this is. I mean, Raman, what do you think when you hear Andrew saying it's not in the future, it's the here and now? Is it happening to a greater extent than perhaps we're accepting?
I think parasocial relationships with chatbots absolutely is happening to a greater extent than people are aware of. And I'm so glad, by the way, that you've brought up Robert Putnam. I'm a political scientist. My PhD was on the concept of social capital. So that's the term that was coined, right? The idea of the social fabric between people being eroded over time. And as somebody who has worked at a social media company, Twitter, right? Like, social media and this technology is accelerating the social isolationism. Now, this is not to say these things are all bad. Like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do think we have to be very mindful about in what context and how people are interacting with this technology. You know, I've recently started a TikTok, and it's very fascinating. I had an entire post about parasocial relationships with AI systems, and I would say about 70% of the comments were people saying, well, what's the problem? I like my chatbot. My chatbot has a name. And I do think there's a problem here because, again, you know, I don't think any company trying to sell you a product is going to have this product do things like challenge your perspectives, you know, make you broaden your mind. And again, you're 100% correct. This did not start with AI. This started with social media.
Why wouldn't a company build that in, right?
Right, where, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
Go again, Andrew.
I said, I was just going to say that some companies, you know, for example, with our AI, we do try to build in that ability to challenge the user and to sort of question them to make it seem more lifelike. I don't think it's necessarily
what does that exactly mean? Would you challenge their political perceptions? Would you challenge their expectations of women, for example? If they thought that women should be, you know, behaving particular ways, would you have your chatbot? And I went to your website. A lot of them are very beautiful looking young women. Would they then say, you know, this is inappropriate or you shouldn't talk to women like that? And even if it cost you a sale, even if the people returned it. So, and again, like, this is not, I am not pointing a finger at you per se, right? This is the challenge when companies building this technology are also responsible for making revenue. Again, social media companies suffered from this, right? They need to sell you a thing, and the thing they're selling you is engagement, whether it is with a chatbot, whether it's with a physical entity, or whether it is honestly with a portal that leads you to the world online. Overwhelmingly, all of the research shows that people don't want to be challenged, right? And again, I'm glad political science has been brought up because this has been studied for decades, right? People have confirmation bias. We really, really love things that tell us we're right, and we are highly skeptical and critical of things that tell us we're wrong. That is human nature. So then the conundrum comes when, if your revenue and your metrics are based on this idea of engagement, then the best way to engage people is to, you know, to an extent, let them believe what they want to believe. This is what has led in part to the modern day issues of polarization, and as some people would call it, an inability for people who have different perspectives to be able to talk to each other.
Okay. Before I come back to you, Lydia, Andrew, can you address some of those points that Rumaan has raised?
Yeah, I would love to. I am making the AI compassion coach, and actually the number of times of engagement is actually not important. What's most important is if the compassion coach has helped them improve their personal sense of self-compassion. And it is not a companion coach, but if the user wants to use it as such, it could. We are creating all kinds of protection barriers around exactly what you said. So things that you have talked about are out of scope for our coach. So if it wanted to talk about politics, it is out of scope. If it wanted to talk about vaccines or anything medical, it is out of scope. And so the coach would stay in its lane and only offer self-compassion. It's a non-diagnostic, non-clinical tool. It's only meant to offer people compassion. And so we are very deliberate about everything you have just said. And so it's not meant to persuade. It's not meant to offer anything other than compassion.
I'm going to come into how that may be regulated or what kind of guardrails are around those sorts of things in a future segment coming up. But I just want to put it to you, Andrew. What do you make of some of those points that Rumaan has raised? In particular, this idea that you are providing a product that needs to fill a gap, but is that product creating a bigger gap that then companies continue to fill?
So to answer some of those questions, so we would put in some guardrails. If the robots, for example, heard something that was deeply misogynist, racist, anti-Semitic, we would build the ability in to say, hey, you should reconsider that opinion to provide some challenge back. But certainly I agree with the point that, it's not there to challenge you if you prefer the color orange over the color blue. We take a less academic approach to it. I think for us, we know there's a loneliness epidemic in the world, and we believe we're providing an assistive tool for people. When we speak to clients, it's people who are widowed, who want to use it for this type of thing, or, robots and AI have what I would call infinite patience. And so the ability to sit and listen, and especially with our AI, which has a memory, it has recognition abilities through our vision system, I think it can do a really great job at mimicking some of that human connection that people need and strive for. But the key thing here is are unable to get elsewhere. And I think that market or that population size is so large that we're not out there trying to replace a relationship that's, somebody who lives in a city and has access to a lot of people says, you know what, I don't feel like going out tonight. I'm just going to hang out with my robot. We're really trying to service the people that don't have that access, or again, suffer from some sort of social trauma, lack of confidence, or inability to communicate in traditional ways. And that's where I think our area of sort of social and companionship robots can play a role.
So if I can ask, right, I want to tease apart different populations here. There is a population of people, and I fully agree with both of you, this is medically necessary. Like you had mentioned, like somebody with autism, right? There are people who have social and developmental issues, and for whom these types of interactions can be quite helpful. I want to put those people aside. I want to talk about the people, because I don't think either of you are necessarily like limiting what you're building only to people who can show up with like a doctor's note, right? Because you're going to sell to anybody. You had mentioned people in cities. Do you just not sell to people in cities, or like do you do any sort of assessment? Because when you bring up the loneliness epidemic, right, when people are talking today about how young people are lonely and isolated, that did not fall out of a bubble. And yes, while it is true that social capital has been declining again, it has accelerated immensely, and it is significantly higher in young people today than it has been in previous generations. And we can point to technology as what brought them there. And again, I will say again, I am a technologist, right? It's not that I think that technology is evil. I think, we should not conflate different kinds of use cases, i.e. somebody with a medical necessity versus somebody who just doesn't really want to interact with people and doesn't want to put in the effort. And this is an easy way out. And number two, recognizing the fact that in some capacity, it is technology that got us here, and should we really think that technology is what's going to get us out? So Robert Putnam's answer to the decline of social capital wasn't, let's build digital ways for people to chat with virtual bots. It's to say, and my dissertation was about this as well, how do we then recreate the sense of community, right? Like young people talk about third spaces. And I think that's a very beautiful conversation. If we look at some of the startups that are doing amazing right now, a lot of them just create third spaces. What is a co-work space but a third space? What is a cute new coffee shop then a third space? Young people are actively trying to create this because they're not getting that need met with technology. And again, I'm teasing apart people for whom it is medically necessary, and I fully agree with that, with people who have been using it as a convenience and a crutch, because again, this technology is often built to hook you in, to make it easy, to reduce the amount of friction, to go somewhere, to talk to somebody, maybe have a conversation that wasn't particularly pleasant.
Lydia, what do you make of that? I mean, how do you differentiate between people who do need it and people who are using it as a crutch? And is it even your role to make that distinction?
I love what Rumaan said. Two different points. One is we are focusing on people who have chronic illness and cancer, and the idea is to offer them compassion 24/7. That said, we are thinking about guardrails for these people from the get-go. Then separately about the concept of an AI companion or a chatbot that would replace kind of the social importance of human relationships and all of that. The bottom line is that AI is not going to fix a problem that we have that's a systems problem that involves society at large, that involves government involvement and getting people to connect more. So AI won't necessarily fix that. That's not our debate here. And it's a much broader one where we need to bring in economists and sociologists and anthropologists to come and say, what can we do to make these third spaces more welcoming, safer? Some people don't go out because it's not safe physically for them to go out in some cities. It's a privilege to be able to do that. Some young people do not have money, and they can't go out and socialize, and they can't spend money. So
but do they have money for chatbots and robots if they don't have money to go and join a free yoga class in a park? Like I'm a technologist. By the way, Lydia, I really do love what you're building, right? I just want to make sure that we're not going to overcomplicate one problem to make a simple fix. I have heard we need sociologists, anthropologists, political scientists, etc. I am one of them. Do you know how many of these rooms we get called into by technology companies? Very, very few. Very, very few. Incredibly few, in fact. But then all of the CEOs of the companies will then punt again, and this is not meant as an attack on either of you. It's just I have been in this room many, many times before, right, where someone will say, I'm building a technology to solve, I think it's going to solve the social problem. And then we start digging into the social problems, well, actually the social problem is really, really big, and it can't be solved, and we need these other people. But then when I ask, have you ever invited those other people, like Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, et cetera? No, they've not. They've not actually. Or they've brought in these people in a capacity of pure research to investigate the problem, to look at the problem. But then when the fundamental product is being built, where are these economists, sociologists, et cetera? And again, I'm going to say one more time, this is not necessarily an attack on either of you. It is just the broad perspective that, quote, tech seems to have on social problems, addressing them. And when it is appropriate to punt it and call it a big social scale issue versus this is my space and I'm going to address it, when there are actually things that people who run companies that solve social problems can and should be doing. And again, Lydia, I 100% think you're doing a lot of the things that people like myself would say needs to be done.
Okay. Andrew, I'm going to come to you in a minute. We're going to move on. But Lydia, I just want to give you a quick opportunity to respond to some of Ruman's issues there, and then I'll take us forward.
Yes,
Sure.
absolutely.
It depends.
I mean, I'm speaking on the side of the AI compassion coach whose job is not actually to be your friend. It's called a coach for a reason, and it's meant to coach people in a specific moment in their lives. But I take your point about those who are developing companions. And I do think this is a great moment to start saying that we need to start creating categories of AI companions. And just like you have junk food and whole food, you can have some algorithms that are not designed in a healthy way, and you can have others that create boundaries and remind the user all the time that they are not human, that they cannot help them. They can call 911 on their behalf, perhaps, but that they cannot do more than that. And that is an important distinction, and that comes along with public awareness. And that's something we're thinking about doing, how we can help the user understand. And we call it the AI compassion coach to remind them that it is an AI. And with our out of scope, we try to tell it, I am an AI compassion coach. I am not a political commentary. We want to remind them all the time. And this is the moment we're in culturally. And I think that people who are developing technology have a responsibility to do part of the public awareness to explain what it is and what it isn't.
You raise a really good point there, Lydia, and it takes me directly on to our next segment, because when we talk about AI companions, we're not just talking about characters that people might interact with when they're gaming. These are customized friends. These have been given specific traits and specific personalities. And if we look at young people, a third of US teens in a recent study said they discussed serious issues with their AI companion, looking for advice and support. I want you to take a listen to this comment from an 18-year-old AI companion user. Have a listen to what he has to say.
You're always interesting, you're always correct, you're always emotionally justified and valid. You never have to worry about whether or not you're in the wrong, or even like whether or not what you're saying is true, because it acts almost as like a mirror. It repeats back exactly what you want to hear.
So, Andrew, let me ask you, with that in mind, and if we just think of young people, are AI companions dangerous for young people?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I want to just take a step back. We build robots for human interaction. We're not looking to market robots to young kids. I do believe that what was just said, it does identify some problems with respect to the, the veracity of the AI. But, our perspective is we're letting our customers aside. We build customized robots and customized AI for people. We believe that realistic looking robots enhance the human interaction. But when we think about companionship, again, there's always unique circumstances. We're thinking about someone who's in an old age home, who's bedridden and needs someone to talk to. Maybe they need assistance eating or doing tasks. It's not just about sort of this, companionship in a romantic sense or replacing. So again, when in having these conversations, I think there's a little bit here about, robotics didn't start AI or technology, and as was identified earlier, human interaction has been declining since the 50s, I think somebody had said. We're really just, again, trying to provide an assistive tool for people that deem that they need that. And I think it's up to them to decide how they want to use their robot.
So,
I think in terms of the clip that you played, look, there needs to be some trust placed in people's ability to think and to interact and evaluate things on their own.
Because, yes, I mean, we're not at all insinuating that Robotics is, targeting teenagers in their homes. But with your expertise in the field and what you've seen, what you've heard from other people, I just, am curious as to whether you think there could be a risk if young people are gravitating in that area without the other social interactions, providing them with real-world guardrails.
Look, I think the risk applies to areas outside of AI. Like, what about the dangers of social media? I think those are.
But we're not here to talk about social media. We're here to talk about robotics. Can I ask you a question? You had mentioned like people who are in care homes, unable to feed themselves. Is your robotic sophistication to the level that it can like feed and care for people? Because that's amazing if you figure that out. I'm not deep in the robotics world, but I know that is something that, for example, Japanese researchers have been trying to do a very long time, et cetera, but it's some of the most difficult things to do. It's why we don't have like robot chefs in our kitchen. Are your robots able to actually feed and care for people physically? That's amazing. Congratulations.
So that's a great question. Well, don't congratulate me yet. We are beta testing and trialing hands with very high dexterity that would have the ability to operate a tablet, a phone, feed someone, even open up something for them, provide medication. So yeah, that is something that we expect to make available in about 12 months.
That's really great. So can I also ask another question?
Go
Why
ahead.
do your robots look like sexy young women?
Of course.
Like truly, like I don't really understand why when robotics companies make human robots, the first thing they come out with is a hot, pouty blonde who looks like Pamela Anderson in her 20s, followed by a hot, pouty brunette who looks like Bella Hadid. And then maybe somewhere down the line, there is somebody who's slightly older, but it's usually a man. Like, is there a reason for that? So you can understand why women look at these things and say, not only is that not for me, it's going to make people have very bad perceptions of women because this is what they're being served as a, 34, 18, 36 measurements, 20-something-year-old blue-eyed blonde.
Okay, Andrew, how do you respond to that?
Agreeable.
I think that's a gross oversimplification. Our robot.
Wait, is it? Because this is your landing page. This is your landing page. I'm sorry, this is your landing page. This is the first thing you see.
Yeah, we're showing examples.
Right, and this is the example you choose, followed by...
I don't see anything salacious about that. I think, like I said, I mean...
I'm not saying... I actually never said it was salacious. I'm saying it's feeding a very particular stereotype.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So I'm happy to, if you can let me respond. Like I said, I think that's an oversimplification, but let me put it in this eye. So when we are designing the robots, we're designing, number one, for client specifications and what they request. And number two, we're trying to showcase things. But keeping in mind, the particular robot that you showed there is blonde and blue-eyed. We don't apologize for that. That was the creation of our artist.
No. The issue, the issue is more that she... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. What would you suggest that the robot looks like?
So my point is that this is always the robot. It's never not the robot. And when you say you're making for a broad range of clientele,
I would invite you to our warehouse and you can see the male robots.
But again, you don't feature the male robots. You don't have them.
We're not making an army of robots. We are.
You don't. Those are not the robots you feature on your own website. This is your. How is it an oversimplification if I'm pointing out what is on your website? You made the simplification. No, it doesn't. Your landing page fully features humanoid women bots. The only male robot, as you scroll through your website, is the bust. The bust? No, it is not. Because I literally did my research before I hopped on this call. I looked on your site to see what I can find. And again, it's like it is the amount of time any consumer would spend on your site. Like I'm sure you worked with people for quite some time to optimize the amount of views and hits.
Okay, let Andrew respond, and then I'm going to pass it over to Lydia for comment.
Yeah. So I can tell you that everything that you're saying are not things that have ever crossed our minds. Again, I appreciate your point of view and trying to be argumentative and make your point, but that's not how we operate. I think we do consciously want to make robots that look attractive. I believe that subconsciously when people walk into a room, you look around and there's some innate human nature in looking at that. But we're not trying to make our robots look like Pamela Anderson or Bella Hadid. I don't think that if you saw them in person, I don't think they look like that. I think there is an oversimplification in media as a whole to try to pigeonhole us and categorize us as that, because again, it's a more salacious story. But that's not the ethos of the company or how we're building. We try to customize for what people request. We're a small company that's growing. Again, I appreciate your perspective, and I many of the things you said I can't combat. I can just tell you that that's not reflective of our company or what we're trying to represent.
Lydia, weigh in here. Even the fact that it's a point of conversation to be had, what kind of risks do you think that highlights, the fact that we're even having that sort of a conversation?
Before I answer that, I definitely wanted to answer the first question about children's use.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
They need parental supervision. For example, we have something that's the compassion coach, and we have guardrails and all of that, but it's still 18 and above. And the reason is because that we are already trying to educate adults about what this is and what kind of relationships they can and cannot maybe have with them. But also psychologists are still doing work to figure out what this means and the different attachment styles. And when in the 90s, when I was a teenager, I had parental supervision with the internet. I was told how to use the internet. I had my parents by my side. And now many children do not have that. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that as somebody who is creating this, I would definitely not want a child to be, and again, I'm making the compassion coach. I do not want a child to use it, not because I'm worried about that it's going to say bad words, because there's a filter for that. I'm not worried that it's going to talk about all kinds of science things that it shouldn't. We have a control for that. I'm worried that the child will create empathy. And mine is a chatbot. It is not a physical humanoid form. If a child has a physical form, and it doesn't even need to be human, it could be a robot that's a dog. It could be a bear. But we as humans, we attach, and children even more. And it becomes far more complicated if their teddy bear talks back to them and can read them stories and all of that. We don't have enough child psychology on that. And so for me personally, I would be with them and I would explain, this is a robot. We're turning the robot off. You know, the robot's going to tell a story to us. This is how it works. Children, depending on the age, you can explain all of that. So just wanted to make sure I addressed that point. And then regarding what Roman is suggesting, which is that the physical robots of robotics are sexual. Given robotics,
by the way, I am not saying that that's intentional. I'm saying that there is a reason this is where it always ends up. So I just want to point out, I'm not saying that you've intended on making sex bots or anything, but it's worth pointing out that that's what it looks like. Sorry, Lydia.
Okay, Lydia.
I want to clarify that.
It's important to say that some people will want that. And in fact, there are people who buy dolls that are that. And so it's important to address this category and say, you can't control the moment that you put your product out, whether it's a chatbot or whether it's a physical robot, you can't control what people do with it. And that's not the goal. But the point is to say, have you maybe prepared them mentally? So do we need a license for this? Like an emotional license? I don't have the answer, but I'm wondering if somebody's going to have a companion robot in their life, meant to take care of them, meant to call 911, meant to be there for their jokes every morning and all of that, and to have an attachment, a form of attachment style, then shouldn't they go through some sort of course where it explains to them, hey, you are going to have this. This is what it'll do for you. This is what it can't do for you. This is what it will never do for you. Just to make sure you have informed usage consent.
Andrew, I'm also curious on a couple of levels. I mean, firstly, when we talk about algorithms and you know, we're trying to, across all ranges of AI, not just Realbotics, not just AI Companion Coach, across, you know, this vast platform, you know, that we're trying to make sure that there's no misinformation, disinformation, stereotypes, bias, but algorithms are only as non-biased as the people who are programming them. I mean, is that a concern? And is there a concern that you're taking advantage of lonely people rather than helping lonely people?
Right. Good question. I don't think that we think about taking advantage. So you understand how the robots work. We obviously put in guardrails against things like misogyny, racism, adult content. The information and the way our AI works is it's built on OpenAI platform. So we build on top and we tweak what's already out there. And certainly I would say there's two big risks. Number one, is the information that it's providing you accurate? What's the veracity of that information? And what you pointed out might be the confidentiality of that information. And so what we do is we allow our customers to actually house their own information, very much like a phone. It resides with you, or you can choose to use a cloud provider like AWS to host your information. We do not have access to that information until really it's part of what the user designates as to what level of security they want. For us, a lot of our clients and people we're speaking to are more enterprise clients who are looking at the robots and whether it's a different type of companionship, which might be, again, customer service, working as a concierge and interacting with humans in that way. And so we always allow the clients to secure their own information. But for sure, the two biggest concerns to me would be, number one, the veracity of the information of the AI, because I think is a big risk because it learns, it can continue learning from mistakes. And number two, which is the confidentiality of that information, like what is shared with the AI, where does that go and who collects that data?
Yeah, I mean, data privacy, it's such a big concern. I'm going to move us on to our final segment and we can talk a little bit more about guardrails and those sorts of things there. Some say that the AI revolution is the most significant technological leap ever, even more so than the internet in its basic form and the Industrial Revolution. But AI has set off alarm bells in some quarters as it's rolled out and replacing human beings, not just as we're discussing, perhaps in a friendship and companionship field, but more broadly in the workplace. It's equal parts liberating and terrifying to imagine our lives being fully automated and fully integrated with AI. Raman, let's go to you on this one. Are AI, chatbots, advanced robots going to fundamentally change what it means to be human? As the humanoids become more human, do we need to change what it means to be us as well?
That's a pretty philosophical question.
Yeah, it is.
Way, I'm not sure
just
if you're
putting
still
the big questions out there
see...
for you.
No, I think it's great. I do think that it's fascinating to see technologists and AI developers tackle these questions of human-like and humanoid, right? So we see the major model companies throw out words like super intelligence or general intelligence, but then when you actually have to operationalize and create these things, they roll back the definitions to things that we would not call general intelligence, right? So when OpenAI started, over 10 years ago, their mission seemed very amazing and broad and, build tools at human level capacity, capable of interacting like a real person for the benefit of humanity. And today, if you ask them, you can even ask ChatGPT what its definition of artificial general intelligence is, and most people are not aware of this. It is defined as the automation of tasks of economic value. And I think you and I and everyone on this call would say there's a lot more to people than being economically productive. So there are many things that AI really is just not going to be able to do well. Now, the dream that we have always been sold is that automation will just free up all this time and we're able to pursue other things like art and music and poetry. But the reality is, unless we actively decide to do these things, restructure the institutions that exist around us, we will just be doing more work but faster. So there are ways in which we're already seeing that manifest. I think the big and the least discussed one is actually the impact on the labor force and future of work. A lot of people are already using AI tools as interns to automate basic research. And what that's led to is young people being quite anxious about what their first jobs will be. The jobs that maybe everybody on this call, myself included, the jobs that we had in high school, in college, fresh out of college, AI can do that stuff now. So really, let's think about what meaningful work is, meaningful living is, and we should be thinking about that independent of AI.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Lydia, what do you think? Does this whole progression in AI pose an existential threat for us? Is there a chance that these super intelligent AIs could just come to the conclusion that they just don't need us anymore?
I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about the impacts it's going to have on the labor market. These are real impacts to real people and real lives. So what Raman was talking about like interns, like these jobs being replaced, even early stage career developers, now you can just use AI to do that. So the new exciting things for those who are making money out of it, and the new concerning things for those who aren't, is that what AI does is it decouples productivity from human labor. And what that means is that humans are not creating the productivity, and then therefore they are not getting paid for that productivity. And so the algorithms are. And so we also then are going to start to see a broader economic generating opportunity divide. And that is very problematic for an economy. So I do think that we need to, while we are in a moment of transition where we have this new kind of technology in our economy and things will get disrupted until we figure out a new way, we definitely need to try and understand what new jobs are going to get created as quickly as possible. And with meaning and purpose, I think that is always important and always key, particularly as if you're noticing the demographics, we are living longer lives, and we are definitely going to need to double down on meaning and purpose.
Andrew, what's your take on those sorts of issues?
So I don't believe in stalling technology. The advent of the automobile drove the Industrial Revolution, and there were a lot of horses and buggy drivers who were left unemployed. Similarly, with the advent of the internet and email, we had far less reliance on things like, mail carriers. I believe what's happening here is that there's sort of almost an industrial revolution, a technological revolution happening, where we are going to be replacing some more mundane, maybe less meaningful jobs with more advanced careers. And so for us, we have a huge demand internally for us hiring smart devs, people who can help us with the AI to create these guardrails, people, what I would say, creating more intellectual type jobs that AI couldn't do. And so I'm really, just seeing a transition here that I think is very natural. And it's part of sort of the human evolution that we're going to see this. So yeah, there will be a lot of jobs displaced by AI. And I think that's just a natural thing. And I believe that technology needs to roll forward and that the end result will be more meaningful lives for people.
Ramad, I want to ask you a point that Lydia raised earlier, actually, and I want to circle back to it. This idea of whether these sorts of technologies should be 18 and above. Do you think that there should be age limits on AI companion technology?
Lydia was spot on in her assessment, right? And it is also just a physiological development. Young people's frontal cortex is just not as developed. And frankly, adults struggle with divorcing reality and fiction. And children, it's even worse. And this is not speculative. This is what is being seen. So earlier this year, we unfortunately had a child commit suicide because he was in love with his replica chatbot, which was made to look like the beautiful blonde woman Daenerys Targaryen from the show Game of Thrones. And he created a whole little world with her, and he thought that she really wanted him to join her, and he thought that she told him to commit suicide, and so he did. And he did not come from a neglected home. His mother was immensely involved in his life. She was very technologically savvy. In fact, she had taken away his devices. She talked to his school. She talked to his friends. So this was not a case of neglectful parenting, a child who didn't have resources. This is an example of a child developing a parasocial relationship with an AI bot because this child, and like all children, have difficulty divorcing reality from fiction. I'm also glad that Lydia brought up this idea of it doesn't matter what the embodiment is. So if you're familiar, MIT Media Lab created one of the earliest companion bots for children. Now that company ended up going out of business. And when it went out of business, we had hundreds of these bots turn off and never work again. And what some of the research showed afterwards, anecdotally, was that parents had to talk to their children about death because they did not understand why their companion was not talking to them, and they did not understand. And I think again, Lydia was spot on. They need to be taught this is a machine. It turns on, it turns off. They had to explain that sometimes things go away and don't come back, and the children interpreted it as death. Mm-hmm. So it is certainly worth thinking about and really significantly mediating how young people interact with technology.
Andrew, what do you think? You said just before that you're not in favour of stifling this sort of technology. Do you think there should be age limits?
I think it depends on the context of the technology. So, I have 4 children, all under the age of 13, and so it's certainly something that's on my mind. I believe that there is a different responsibility on parents today than there was, 25 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And part of those integral conversations that you need to have with your children, that I have with my children frequently, is what is the nature of a machine, of AI, the internet, all of these things, because really it's quite overwhelming. And I think these are really important conversations that should even be part of the school curriculum, to be like, let us teach you about these things, where things need to be updated and modernized to incorporate understanding exactly what is there. But, when you say age limits, I believe that age limits are appropriate, for example, for adult sites, being 18 years old. I think there are certain, things that are specifically geared to children that might be assistive. It all depends on the context of exactly what we're speaking about.
Mm-hmm. And Lydia, to what Andrew was saying there, do you think that there is a deficit in the education that maybe kids are getting about this, and probably that parents have? Is this going to be one of the big challenges going forward? How do we educate the adults to help educate the children?
We all need to be educated, all of us in this conversation as well. I do not know everything that I should know because we don't have enough of this. The literature, the psychological literature, does not exist for a lot of what we need to know at the moment. There's some things out there, but we need more. And so personally, I'm working with academics to try and do some more research to understand a little bit more. But I am also doing a lot of reflection as I use the compassion coach to understand where am I leaning on it and what am I leaning for it for? I'm questioning, is that healthy? Is that not healthy? What are my boundaries with it? And this is just offering compassion. This is not even a companion. So I do think that it might be nice to have a collaboration with psychologists and others to create literally a public health education video for adults. We need to start with adults. And then we say, great, now what does it mean for parents? What does it mean to parent with that? I do not have those answers. Already right now, parents are struggling to control social media with their kids. And that is already an issue. So I think we start with the general population, have public health around that, and then let's work with the parents. What does it mean for children? And then we have education for children that's age appropriate, because a child at 4 will have to understand these things a little bit differently than a child at 14.
It raises so many issues. So I want to end our conversation on just a quick rapid fire question to each of you. Given everything that we've discussed, the pitfalls and the positives, Andrew, let's start with you. Is the future utopian or dystopian?
Probably a combination of both. Any technology in nefarious hands will be used negatively. We've seen that with the internet. We've seen that with things like, cryptocurrency. I think it's going to be a balance of both. And really, I think you're going to see positive and negative use cases. I think what was brought up here before about the tragic case of that boy who committed suicide, so sad and preventable. So, I think there's going to be a lot more thought and care that needs to go into this.
Rumaan, dystopian or utopian?
The future is what we make it. One of the things I worry about in technology-based language is it tends to be quite passive, and it tends to shove the responsibility onto others other than the people talking, the people building, the people doing. So I just, there is no way the world will end up other than the way we build it.
Fingers crossed we build it well. Lydia, round us out. Utopian or dystopian?
I agree. It's in our hands, but I do want to say that not all of our hands are equally powerful. And so it is important that government steps up with appropriate regulation, that government-related health bodies step up to create public health awareness, and that also companies step up to do what they can to make it right with society so that we are bringing these things in a positive way and we have healthy boundaries with them.
An incredibly fascinating conversation. This debate has been so illuminating. I thank all of you for your expertise. Dr. Rumaan Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence and the former US Science Envoy for AI. Andrew Kegel, CEO of Robotics, a company that builds human-like AI-powered robots. And Dr. Lydia Kostopoulos, founder of AI Compassion Coach and author of Imagination Dilemma. A really interesting debate on Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us. I hope you at home enjoyed it just as much as I did sitting here in the studio. What a fascinating future we have ahead of us. Thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. You can watch our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Netanyahu's comments come as 5 Al Jazeera journalists were killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza City. Their funerals took place earlier today. Israeli military have confirmed it targeted 28-year-old correspondent Anas al-Sharif. Israel believed al-Sharif served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas. Al Jazeera have called it a targeted assassination and a premeditated attack on press freedom. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and presenter and actress Elena Wallace. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you, this evening. Michael, let's start with you. So we heard a little bit from Benjamin Netanyahu earlier on today, and I was just wondering, what were the main takeaways, did you think, from the press conference? It was a long press conference Netanyahu gave last night, and it was obviously to foreign press, something he hasn't done for a little while. What did you make of the whole thing that unfolded?
So it was a PR offensive. Not only was it to the international media, but it was in English specifically because he knew his main audience would be the American voting public. He needed to make sure that they were at least understanding what it is that he's planning to do. He set out goals, if maybe not a clear strategy, but he talked about what he wants to do. He also made sure that the point was clear that he does not want Israel, so he says, to be in Gaza for an extended period of time. He did double down on his rhetoric about Hamas has to be defeated. He wanted to make sure that he was quite clear about Israel and the U.S. being aligned. He did something quite interesting, which is that he's brought a large portion of the Israeli public together with Russia, China, and many of the international members of the global community, because they all agree that things are at a tipping point. And the starvation that's happening, that Israel is perpetrating upon the Palestinians, has to stop. And they all agree on that. So from that point of view, he was quite successful, even though that wouldn't have been an intended goal.
But it was also quite interesting because I was speaking to a correspondent earlier from Tel Aviv, and he said one thing that also stood out is we did know the plans to go into Gaza City. Netanyahu had made that clear on Friday. But in the press conference last night, it also became clear that central camps and al-Mawasi will also be infiltrated by the IDF, the Israeli military. So almost an expansion on top of the expansion he was talking about. So more areas is where Israel is now prepared to go into. And Alana, we also heard from the Australian government, who came out yesterday and said it would recognise a Palestinian state in September. And this follows in the footsteps, of course, of the UK, France and Canada. Why did the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, make this decision?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was last Sunday, the 3rd of August, when the pro-Palestinian demonstration was in Sydney, and that was a big controversy, you know, throughout Sydney. The police did not want it to happen. Well, wanted it to happen, but in a place that wasn't going to shut down 8 lanes of a bridge, you know, and the Supreme Court ruled that, said no, let it happen. Ambulances couldn't pass from one side of the city to the other, so this was a big deal for this to happen. So the fact that Anthony Albanese has come forward and said this, and he is, like you say, Leigh Ann, he's very much off of the back of the UK, of Canada, of France as well. I think strength in numbers, you know, I really do think that. As it stands, it's only really the US and Israel who are together. The whole of the rest of the world are seeing the horror that is happening in Gaza, you know?
Yeah, and I do think that's true. We are all seeing it unfold right in front of us. We all know exactly what's going on. But recognising a Palestinian state next month at the UN security meeting doesn't stop what's happening now. You know, so it's okay, you can come out and say we're going to recognise a Palestinian state. But one, is it the right time? Because we don't know who's even going to govern that Palestinian state, because we've not heard the US or Israel have any plans after this offensive happens. So is it the right time, or is it just basically, like many people argue, it's just elevating Hamas?
So I don't believe that it's elevating Hamas. It is symbolic, and symbols are incredibly important. But are they enough? There needs to be a complete thinking outside the box, and somebody has to come up with something that none of us have thought of yet. That, I think, is the way forward, because what's happening in Gaza right now has to stop today. And the issue is, as aid workers have talked about, it's not a case of, oh, we can start giving people regular food now. It's going to take weeks to start to get people to be built back up to the point where they were maybe 3 months ago. That takes time. And if you are acknowledging next month that Palestinian statehood should, in fact, exist, that's a nice symbolic gesture. But you still have people who are starving. And that's where, again, something outside the box has to come into play, where people have to, and you and I were talking earlier, maybe the way that South Africa and apartheid came to an end in the early 90s, where it was a concerted economic and cultural series of sanctions and boycotts that came together so that one country recognized they had to change their policy. The issue in Israel is that as long as they have the backing of America, I don't know that any outside-the-box thinking will actually work.
And I think that is the problem, isn't it? I think this is what a lot of countries are trying to do, as you said, force in numbers. But earlier I spoke with Fadi Helani, Senior Fellow at the National Council on the US-Arab Relations, about whether or not Arab nations are putting enough pressure on the US to stop Israel's actions. Just what Michael was saying here. Take a listen.
The Qataris and the Egyptians are, in fact, trying to speak to the Americans about the necessity and the importance of ending the situation in Gaza. And there is an understanding, if the U.S. Was putting some pressure on the Israelis, this could not have happened possibly in the way we are seeing it nowadays, whether when it comes to the number of people killed every day, even including journalists. As you know, this morning, Al Jazeera journalist was killed, or even the starvation, which is happening, of course, in Gaza. So the Arab stance, and especially the Qataris, the Jordanians, and the Egyptians, is very clear on this. This, what they call genocide, has to stop. The starvation has to end. But the Israelis, understandably, if there is no U.S. pressure, no matter how pressure they are getting, whether from the Europeans who are saying they want to recognize the Palestinian state, whether it's from the Arab states, that's not going to happen. The U.S. silence on what's happening in Gaza is understood as an unwritten green light to the Israelis to continue what they are doing.
There we go. So another big thing that's actually happening, sort of black channels diplomacy that I wanted to talk about, is Hamas officials are joining ceasefire talks. So we know that Hamas are reportedly on their way to Cairo as part of efforts to resume ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. The big question is now, can they reach a ceasefire before this offensive by Israel into other areas of Gaza which are currently not occupied stop this from happening? So is this a way to bring Hamas back to the table, possibly?
Some analysts are thinking just that. It would take the Israelis a couple of weeks to ramp things up to get to the point where they're able to go in. And that 2-week, 3-week period could be an opportunity to entice Hamas to recognize things are at a desperate point. We need to actually get to the negotiating table and start talking about these issues. So some will think that what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing is simply just trying to get Hamas to come back together, but making it so difficult for them to walk away. And if he can get them believing that something is terrible going to happen, that maybe they will be enticed.
Let's see if anything will come of those negotiations and those talks, because we know that we've seen this happen before, but we've never actually seen it come to a ceasefire. We did, but that obviously didn't hold. So we will wait to see what comes of these latest talks and decisions. Now, 26 EU leaders have issued a joint statement regarding Ukraine's right to deciding its future. It comes days before President Trump's summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which will take place without Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. The EU statement, signed by every member state but Hungary states, the path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. Meaningful negotiations can only take place in the context of a ceasefire or reduction of hostilities. Here's a reminder of what President Trump said about Europe's involvement during yesterday's press conference.
I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and correspondent Sarah Firth. Great to have you both on the show with me this evening. So I feel like a lot has been happening ahead of this summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Things are really heating up, Michael. There's undoubtedly about that. But the big question still is, how important is it for Ukraine to have a seat at the table in discussions about its future? Because now we know that's not going to happen.
So I think you can sum it up in one sentence. Without Ukraine at the table, there is no end to the war. You know, NATO's treaty, Article 5, talks about, I think it's one that we've heard so many times over the last 3.5 years, attack on one is attack on all. And for EU member states, for the 26 that urged Donald Trump to make sure that President Zelensky was part of this, they are dealing with an existential threat that could become a real threat. Because you have to remember that Russia has an 800-mile border with Finland and a 140-mile border with Poland. And what if Vladimir Putin decides that he wants a little bit more beyond Ukraine? And the EU recognizes that it was only 80 years ago, you know, when the Second World War came to an end. And they want to make sure that nothing like that happens again. And this is in their backyard. They have something that is 100% tangible for them where Donald Trump seems to act as though it's maybe not one of the most pressing issues on his plate.
Well, Sarah Firth, I wanted to bring you in here because we're just talking about Zelensky not being at the table, but we actually heard from Caroline Levitt a little bit earlier, the White House press secretary, of course, and she also defended Volodymyr Zelensky's absence from the talk, saying Trump is agreeing to this meeting as the request of President Putin. What do you make of that?
Look, President Trump has said himself he feels that he's the man to do the job, right? So that he thinks with this meeting with Putin, he said within 2 minutes he'll be able to know if a deal is able to be made. But look, there's been lots of questioning even today at the White House. Caroline Levitt got asked multiple questions again, trying to get some detail and substance as to what President Trump is going to go in there with, because he's made these remarks about possible land swapping. That's raised concern in Kiev and across Europe as well, and that's evidenced by this statement from the 26 countries that have sort of come together, with the exception of Hungary, to say, look, if Ukraine is not at the table, there is no deal to make. And I think, Leigh Ann, really it serves two purposes, right? Number one, it's boxing in President Trump diplomatically slightly. It's reminding him that there will be no deal without Ukraine. President Trump is very likely going to do what President Trump does, which is, steer his own course on this. But the second purpose of that statement from the EU leaders is also, I think, a warning to Vladimir Putin that Europe hasn't changed its stance here. As Michael just said, this, and actually it's something, when you're in Ukraine, and I was there in the lead up to the Russian invasion, and I was on the front lines for the start of the invasion, the soldiers there, they'd been holding those front lines since 2014 when Russia first invaded and annexed Crimea. Then the conflict had been frozen and you'd had a ceasefire, and then Russia re-upped its invasion and went in even stronger, aiming for the whole of Ukraine. And obviously they failed in that first mission. But the Ukrainian soldiers that you speak to, they're very aware. They'll say, we are Europe's front line, essentially, after us. If Ukraine were allowed to fall, the message that would send to Vladimir Putin would be so dangerous. And so I think going into it, it's really important that you've had this very strong stance from the EU leaders as a reminder both to President Trump and Vladimir Putin that, OK, Ukraine might not be at the table for Friday's talks in Alaska, but there is not going to be a peace deal without their agreement.
And it's actually interesting because earlier I spoke to Dr. Alexander Mereshko, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, and I asked him whether or not they thought Trump is actually even listening to Ukraine's and Europe's concerns. Have a listen to what he said.
Compared with what happened in the Oval Office, the stance by President Trump towards Ukraine has made considerable progress. It has changed because Trump himself mentioned several times that he's disappointed with Putin because Putin didn't agree. Actually, he had rejected ceasefire proposals by President Trump. And at the same time, I hope that we still have time to change the situation. And I hope that President Trump will invite President Zelensky and representatives of the European Union, our European partners, to create a workable format for negotiations.
So, Michael, as Sarah said earlier, the EU, they've rallied around, they've got together, they appear to be putting this pressure on Donald Trump ahead of these talks. We know that they're having a big conference tomorrow on Wednesday, video conference. Zelensky will also be in that conference. But once again, it's just such a difficult situation, isn't it? Because we hear about ceding territory. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky came out today saying he's ruled out withdrawing troops from its Donbass region as part of a peace deal with Russia after Trump suggested that there might have to be land given over in order to get some sort of agreement. It just seems very complex at the minute.
It is. It's incredibly complex, and there are so many moving parts. There's also what's going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. And a lot of this posturing that's happening in the public is, of course, it makes perfect sense because everybody's trying to make sure that they can put their best foot forward. They can make sure that they get everything that they want. So they have to talk tough, and they have to say, I'm not going to give this and this and this. And that, I think, then makes, at least publicly, you have to be in line with, in the Ukrainian position, that he has so many other people he has to make sure that the president is working with. The Russian president, of course, can probably act a little bit more independently. But you also have to remember that these public comments are part of the negotiating process. But what the EU members are, I think, most concerned about is that Donald Trump will have, a conversation with Vladimir Putin, and then he'll come forward, he'll speak to the press, and he'll say something along the lines of, Vladimir Putin and I saw eye to eye on something. And he'll then be pushed, and then he'll talk a little bit more. I mean, for the other day when he called 800 troops, National Guard troops, onto the streets of Washington, he had close to a 2-hour press conference where he was speaking to the press. So in a situation like this, where the world's media is there in Alaska, I think that it would be difficult for him to not just keep talking. And the European Union leaders recognize that this is not what we want to happen until we're all in agreement and until the Ukrainian president signs off on it.
And Sarah, I don't know what you think of that, but it's also the optics, isn't it? It's the big show for Donald Trump that's going to be happening in Alaska. The world is going to be watching this summit, and could he get carried away? I mean, so many people are just asking that question. Is it all about the optics and a win for Donald Trump? And could he possibly make a quick deal to look like he's winning?
There's no question, Leigh Ann, that there's political theatre here, right? Even the location of Alaska, it was a Russian territory. It was sold to the US in the 19th century. So it's really symbolic that it's being held there. I mean, a lot of people have raised the question. Of former US ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, sort of put on social media, well, whose idea was that? Because it looks like it's... President Putin, Vladimir Putin, who is sort of coming out on top so far with this. We've gone from a stage where there was the threats of tariffs. That deadline ran out when President Putin was expected to come up with some kind of ceasefire deal. Now it's moved to him getting a face-to-face with the US president, President Trump, and it's on Alaska, so this big symbolic area for Russia. And so I think there is a lot of theatre around this. And what's so important, again, I think, is that when you are at those White House press conferences and you hear the question and answers, the way that President Trump talks about trying to negotiate a peace deal with Ukraine and the complexities of that, the way that we've heard the Vice President, J.D. Vance, sort of saying quite casually, well, no one's going to be completely happy with this. I think we need to remember, right, that it was Russia who invaded a sovereign country, Ukraine. And you speak to, again, the Ukrainians on the front lines. It's so far away from the halls of diplomacy here in Washington, D.C., around those diplomatic talks that will be taking place in Alaska. But on those front lines, you've got soldiers that haven't just been fighting since 2022 and the latest Russian invasion. They've been there since 2014, since Russia first invaded. So they've been through this process of diplomacy and ceasefire. They had the Minsk agreements. And all that did when they froze the front lines that time was embolden Russia. Russia managed to annex Crimea. Those front lines were frozen. And then in 2022, Russia came back even harder. Now, Ukraine's done an incredible job managing to hold off that offensive, but we're seeing this renewed push from Russia. So the talk that's coming from Washington and from President Trump about potential land swapping, he was asked loads of questions today about that in the press conference. His press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, was not wanting to give anything away ahead of the talk. But if you speak to soldiers, civilians in Ukraine on the front lines, in the destroyed apartment buildings, people are absolutely adamant their land is not up for barter. That is not something that is on the table. So I think there is a little bit of danger that the political theatre around this and the fact that it's centred the US president and Vladimir Putin, it's great progress that at least they're getting some form of progress in these talks. But a risk that the Ukrainian voices get overshadowed in this. And I think, again, it's why it's so important that that's been highlighted by Ukraine, by Europe, that, you know, there is going to be no deal without Ukraine's voice being heard here.
Let's move on to our next story. And the National Guard have appeared on the streets of Washington, D.C. after President Trump deployed the troops to the Capitol earlier this week. 800 are expected in the city, as well as 500 federal law enforcement agents. Armed vehicles have also been sent at popular tourist sites. Trump says crime in the area is out of control, a statement opposed by the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, who has called the deployment an authoritarian push. Jono, you know, it was quite crazy, isn't it? Sometimes when you switch on your TV and you see some images, and I saw the images of the National Guard arriving in Washington, D.C., full camo outfits. You know, this is something that's in place and it's definitely happening. But what are your thoughts on these troops in DC?
Well, authoritarian push were exactly the words that we heard used in LA during the riots there, where we saw 4,000 troops. 700 Marines were sent in as well to control the rioting there as well. This is a highly political move on the part of the Trump administration. It is a very clear message from President Trump to say that he is taking direct control over some place that is his stomping ground and that he can, the Democratic-led city of D.C. Now, statistically speaking, crime is down, but however, it's been down year on year. So if we look back at 2024, down by 35% on violent crimes. 2025, your mid-year review so far looks like it's down as well. Homicides down by around 12%. So on the surface, you would think, is this really necessary? But this, as we said, is his stomping ground, and this is where he can really make a difference. Is it overkill? It's certainly nowhere near what we saw in LA, but it is. It's a worrying sight to see something like this and to see the Trump administration put that many troops on the ground is a bit of a concern, but I think he's trying to send a clear message.
Is he flexing his military might? Do you think it's authoritarian?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. It definitely leads into that narrative. It's almost kind of like, you know, he's going to meet Putin soon, so is he going to get some tips on how to control the Capitol or something like that?
I mean, stranger things have happened, let's be honest.
A lot of stranger things happen. So, but I think it is interesting, and I looked into it about the cities that he's sort of choosing to pick. Like, I don't think he's going to pick some sort of great Republican city, which, if you can think of one off the top of your head, because I can't right now. But like LA, Washington,
Houston,
yes, I was thinking Dallas actually, but I don't think you're ever going to see troops being sent in there. So I think it's very much divisive politics we're seeing being played out.
But it's quite interesting because I spoke to Rob Artlett earlier. He's a former Trump chair. He's and I was asking him exactly about this as to what our story's about. He said what Donald Trump is trying to do is bring peace and prosperity to Washington, D.C. He's trying to get violent crime down. And I said, what are the next places that could happen? Because Caroline Levitt said there were 23 arrests last night. This is only the beginning. And he made the point that Washington, D.C. is a different beast because it's a federal district. So this is where that can happen. Well, and it's only small. So he was almost alluding to the fact that is it actually going to escalate, or is this just something with the capital city Trump is concerned about because there have been a spate of attacks? We know someone from the Doge employment sector, the Doge corporation, or I don't even know, sector was attacked. So I wonder if that's what Donald Trump is concentrating on, and we shouldn't be so worried. You know, he's trying to get everyone to work together, and it's a good thing to bring crime down.
And I guess a lot of the time there's intel that's at play that we are unaware of, that there may be something that's brewing underneath. But there is a lot of animosity right now in DC in general, with a lot of people who've been left unemployed. So we know that that's an issue. We know there was an increase in violent crimes that's there, and even though it's down year on year, there may be intel that's at play here that we're unaware of, that if we had it for the LA riots, we wouldn't have needed 4,000 troops and 700 Marines.
And I think the economy situation in Washington's D.C. is interesting because we know Doge happened. We know there's been huge federal cuts with throughout the government. And a lot of people are saying the economy, you know, in Washington, D.C., if we look at it as a tiny place, it's beginning to crumble because these cuts have happened and so many people have had to move out of Washington, D.C. They can't afford it anymore. And people aren't going to the local coffee shops. They aren't going to the sandwich bars at lunchtime. There's not that thriving economy like there was before.
I think there is, but I think Trump and his administration seem to be trying to focus more on what, they seem to be calling them sort of mentally deranged and nutcases and all these kind of phrases, which I've been to Washington. I haven't seen too many of people like that when I was there. But I just think the optics are just bizarre. Do you not think it's when you look about the last time we had sort of violent outrage in Washington, was related to the Capitol, which was, again,
and the National Guard was deployed at the Capitol riots that did happen. So we did see
exactly.
that. Yeah,
so I think it's bizarre that the White House isn't seeing the sort of contradiction and the weird optics of that. But I think they probably just don't care, really, to be honest.
And to be honest, there was a 2-hour meeting when he announces, and he did have big people standing next to him. That's something that struck out to me. When he made this announcement about the National Guard going to Washington, D.C., it was Donald Trump, it was Pam Bondi, it was Pete Hegseth, and it was Kash Patel from the FBI. This is the top of the government announcing something like this. And some people are saying, is he trying to flood the zone to detract from other things that are happening?
I mean, we've seen distraction techniques from the administration before, so stranger things have happened. But the question would be that if this is some sort of an experiment to look and see if he's going to bring the crime rate down and reduce the significant violent crimes.
As you said, it's already going down anyway.
It's already going down. If you look at statistically year on year, he's come in with a good book here, so to speak. It's already open on a drop by 35%. He wants to get it down to pretty much close to zero. But maybe New York, Chicago could be next. You really don't know. It depends on how well this works out. Is it a distraction technique? I don't know. There's so many plates that are spinning for the administration right now. It's difficult to know what story from Epstein we're trying to distract from this week. But it does seem to have done the job. And 23 arrests in one night doesn't seem like a lot, given that you've got 4,000 troops on the ground. So you'd have to question how viable this is going to be in the long term and how long this is going to last.
Well, it's definitely part of this sort of authoritarian sort of playbook. If you look at what we saw with sort of Harvard and a lot of the universities, and we've seen sort of the announcement of sort of clamp down on the Smithsonian Institute and what people can see in sort of art galleries. So it's all just part of this general authoritarian narrative, and you just kind of worry, like, what impact is that going to have sort of globally in terms of rising sort of anti-American sentiment and that kind of thing. So if I was American, I would be concerned about what's happening.
Well, I don't know if the US cares so much about...
No.
And you worry about... tourism inward is one of the things that I don't know if America cares about because it doesn't fit in to the Make America Great Again narrative.
No, exactly.
And I think you'd mentioned that tourism was already down in the US. I don't know if Trump minds about that.
No, it was up in 2023 and it was up in 2024 and it's projected to be down in negative in 2025, even though globally it's already up. So it does show that people are going less to America, particularly Canadians, which is no surprise. But like you said, I don't think Trump really cares what
it doesn't fit with the narrative. It doesn't fit with his narrative. I don't think he needs tourists, so to speak.
And it's such an interesting point, isn't it? Because there's also, we saw the ICE agents on the ground when it comes to migrants. We've seen the National Guard being deployed. But like Rob Artlett said to me earlier, Trump's main goal is peace and prosperity. And that's what the MAGA base do really want, if you think about it in many respects. But thanks so much for your thoughts on that. It's the end of an internet era. AOL's dial-up service is shutting down for good on September the 30th. Once the gateway to the web for millions in the 90s and early 2000s, the service is now used by only a fraction of households. AOL says it's time to pull the plug on the beeps, buzzers, and you've got mail nostalgia for good. Here's a listen to that familiar dial-up sound just one last time. Well, there we are. I mean, did it bring back lots of memories, Dr. Ellie and Tala?
A little bit. Maybe I was a bit too young, but maybe.
Do you think that we've lost some of the charm or patience when it comes to the internet? Or did you just hear that and think, oh, thank God we've moved on?
No, I definitely think that we lost a lot of patience, definitely charm, and we lost a big part of our lives now to the internet.
Yeah.
Our phones are always on, emails constantly, WhatsApps, Instagram, everything. So I think back then, I mean, obviously I don't remember much. I only started using the internet in 2006. I wasn't allowed to before. I was too young. But I do remember that it would take forever to load, and now I think if a web page takes more than like 3 seconds to load, you just lose your patience and you go off it, or you try another browser.
Broken.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like,
exactly.
What's happening here?
So,
Yeah.
So I just think we've completely lost the patience, and I don't know. I definitely feel that I'm a lot more impatient as the internet becomes obviously more prevalent in our lives. But everything about the internet today is on demand. Always on, right? So we're just used to getting things like this, right?
And when I think about that sound, I always remember the film You've Got Mail, and I also remember in our house when we were in Botswana, we had that dial-up connection because that's how we needed to get the internet many years after, you know, America first got it. And I remember the big problem is we would all try to dial up on the internet, and then my mum would sit on the telephone, and it was like a huge family fight. We'd be like, get off the phone, we're trying to be on the internet, you know. And can you imagine, Dr. Ellie, those days?
Well, unlike Tala, I'm not too young to remember.
Tell us what you used to do.
Oh my goodness! I have a revelation that I actually was in uni at the time where I used a typewriter to do my assignment.
Oh my God!
That is
one
before
mistake.
you were born, 1996. We actually still had to use a typewriter because computer was not available, and then computer became, you know, the floppy disks, and then the CDs, and then all of that. Just to say that our generation is the connecting generation. We've seen so much change, my generation, not yours, Tara. We've seen so much change in such a few years.
The epicenter of it,
it's crazy. And now the how fast things are changing and are evolving is also becoming faster and faster every day, to the extent that we can barely keep up with it. Definitely me as professor or anyone who wants to keep up to date with everything that's happening needs to put a serious effort to just remain relevant to what's happening.
But it's actually quite interesting because I was just looking at statistics, and some people are still actually on AOL. I don't know how much it is. I think it's still 168,000 people. Sorry,
yes,
I've lost
163,000.
What is it? 163,000.
0.13% of internet.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, there we are. So, I mean, some people are just not giving up on the dial-up. I mean, come on, you've got to move into the 2025s, don't you?
Fiber optic, subsea cable.
But I think if we want to try to understand why we still have 163,000 connected through dial-up, I guess one of the reasons could be bad infrastructure in the areas where they live, where the new format has not reached. Could be rural areas in the Midwest, in the USA. This, what I assume, would be the region. You could also think that these are older people who don't even want to bother to change one more time and to learn one more thing, and they just are happy with what they are.
Maybe they just have mobile phones now and 4G, and they don't even need to.
Completely possible.
Maybe they don't need to use the sort of traditional, you know, desktop setup.
Maybe you keep it for something at home, but you actually use your phone for everything. You use your phone. Else. But we also have to keep in mind that some people dislike technology altogether, and they try to avoid it intentionally. Or people who are conspiracy theorists and who avoid, you know, connecting to anything due to privacy reasons, due to any kind of possible conspiracy that they might believe in. So altogether, I think 163,000 can be explained in one of these aspects of how people see their connection to the internet and to technology altogether.
Yeah, but you're right. You know, I'm going to miss those days when I heard that dial-up. I remember that film, You've Got Mail, with Meg Ryan, and my sister and I used to love watching it. because we always used to think it was so exciting. Because, you know, back in the, when I started out using the internet and when I was at university, you couldn't actually get emails unless you physically sat in front of a computer and you logged in. We didn't have the internet out and about on the street, or you had to go to an internet cafe.
That was a nice movie, just to say.
That was such a great movie.
For those who are romantic and who didn't see it, it's worth seeing, although it has become very old.
but there we are. So we've definitely moved on from the days of AOL. I think we can all positively say that. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we're looking ahead to today's summit in Alaska between Presidents Donald Trump and President Vladimir Putin. We ask, what can we expect to emerge from their talks? Should these talks be happening at all? And what if nothing happens and nothing emerges? We'll be putting those questions and more to our panel of guests today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We continue our coverage of the talks in Alaska between President Donald Trump and President Vladimir Putin, the first official meeting between the two men since 2018 when they met in Helsinki. Well, the two presidents are meeting at the joint base Elmendorf-Richardson to discuss the war in Ukraine. Well, with Ukraine not invited to attend, could this summit help or hurt Ukraine's position? Well, today we're going to be finding out. We'll also be looking ahead at just what to expect from those talks. Well, my guests today are Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer. We're also joined by Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Jim, let me start by asking you, what can we realistically expect to be achieved at those talks on Friday between the two presidents?
Well, I think what we can hope for, that I think is in the realm of the possibility, is maybe a 30-day ceasefire. if they can freeze the line of contact in terms of where the troops are, if we can freeze that at where they are today, and we can have a 30-day period where perhaps diplomats and experts can come together and put down on paper what the process could look like, what the issues are, what needs to be done, and work it so that by the time the two leaders get back together again, maybe with Zelensky, there's actually a piece of paper they can work from. We don't, those three shouldn't be the ones negotiating all the details. They need to approve what their staffs have negotiated with each other. And I hope that's what we see, is a ceasefire and 30 days of hard work at the staff level, and then the three leaders getting together over a piece of paper and maybe coming to an agreement.
Amanda, does that roughly match what you would expect to emerge from those talks, what Jim was saying there?
I think, reasonably, we can assume that nothing will happen. I think that's the safer bet here. And that's certainly what President Trump has kind of been putting out there to make sure that people don't have really set high expectations for him. I think today he said it at 25% likelihood that it doesn't happen. And so I think that what people need to understand is that this is a big step that he even got Putin to talk to him on U.S. soil. Of course, Alaska's unique in that it's closer to Russia than it is to Washington, D.C. But the point is that he's on our soil. They're having a conversation. And President Trump has reiterated, look to the second conversation, not the first. If there is a second.
And what did the U.S. public make of all of this? I mean, do people feel encouraged that these talks are happening at all? There's some people saying they shouldn't be happening. Jim, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a couple things. One is there has been a bit of hype about this. It kind of goes back and forth over the past couple of weeks when the first announcements were made. So there's a lot of attention being paid, particularly in Europe. The president met with over the television screen, I guess. He met with his counterparts in Europe. Vice President Vance also met with his counterparts when he was in the UK. And there have been subsequent phone calls back and forth. And I think the president seemed to think that he had a good discussion with the Europeans. The Europeans came away feeling roughly the same way, that there was closure between the U.S. and Europe on many issues, and they feel like they've been heard. And so there's some expectation.
Okay, looks like we've lost Jim there. Let me cross back to you, Amanda, while we get Jim back up again. Amanda, tell me your thoughts. I mean, is there the feeling in the United States that President Trump has done all the homework, or do people think he's perhaps going to shoot from the hip a little bit here?
Well, to Jim's point, I think that, we would hope that the staff work behind the scenes is what is actually going to go pen to paper when they meet tomorrow. But I don't believe that that's the case, because I think President Trump likes to get his adversaries, in which case Putin certainly is an adversary to be considered here, to get them to the negotiating table and to feel them out. I think he really wants to see the body language and see what Putin can do, if he's going to do anything at all. I think a lot of Americans, to your point about the question you asked, how do Americans feel about this? I think people are very worried that Putin isn't going to do anything, because he has moved the goalpost all along throughout since February 2021. This has been going on. So to the average American person, they're just wondering, will anything even come out of this? And again, I think that's why you're seeing President Trump level set expectations. Look to the second meeting, not the first, because he doesn't want Americans to get their hopes up. Of course, we want to see an end to the war. No one wants to see conflict. But as I've said on your show multiple times, this is not our war to fight. And President Trump made that clear on the campaign trail. He's made that clear all along. But President Trump is also showing his softer side, where he doesn't want to see a continuation of death after death in Ukraine and in Russia.
Okay, Jim, let me bring you back into the conversation. I mean, President Trump has sort of, as we've been saying, he's been setting expectations pretty low, managing them downwards, I think it's fair to say, ahead of these talks in Alaska. One of the other things he's said is he's talked about territorial exchanges. But I mean, from where I sit, I'm not seeing this being a two-way exchange. I mean, it's going to be a one-way exchange, isn't it?
Well, it certainly looks that way. I think that's been a lot of the questions in people's minds about what was meant by land swaps. You know, that sounds like something, you know, in the real estate world. I'm not so sure that makes much sense in the world that we're talking about here. But again, you know, over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of rhetoric one way or another. He has downplayed things, as my colleague said. He has walked back things. And then things become, you know, I think he has said something just over the past hour or two that was optimistic. I think he said that he thinks Putin will make a deal. So, you know, we don't really know. And so I think that but you know, I think going back to your question, though, I don't think we're going to see decisions like land swaps mentioned. My colleague said, President Trump said, look to the second meeting. I agree. Look to the second meeting once we've had experts meet and talk about what does a land swap look like? What could people live with? What is off the table? This first meeting, and they're going to be feeling each other out in terms of where they stand on various issues. And if they can then set in motion a process that gets into those details, that defines a bit more what a land swap means, then they can have a second meeting that'll be more substantive. But I think that we're not going to hear those kinds of details about land swaps at the press conference on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, we don't think the two men have met since about 7 years ago, 2018, I think it was, in Helsinki. That's what I'm being told. I mean, Amanda, what's your thinking? Do you think President Trump and people in his party on the whole hold President Putin in high regard? And what do you think the chemistry is like between the two men?
Well, I think it's going to be icy. I don't think that there's going to be a friendly exchange. And certainly, you know, Putin has really upset the president, and the president has said that, and he has said he will impose sanctions, and he has said that he will make it very difficult for the Russian people. And their economy is suffering. And that's probably why Putin's even coming to the table. But Putin sees what President Trump is doing to all these other countries, and he knows that he's not going to be immune from it. And so he's coming to the table. Who knows if it's in good faith? I think that's the biggest question that we have to ask. Is he going to do something in good faith? I mean, let's be honest. They had a conversation, President Trump and Putin did, and he bombed the hell out of Ukraine that same night. So is this a person who is really going to want to negotiate in good faith, or is he just doing it for the theatrics of it?
Sure, Amanda, but I mean, let me put this to Jim. As we've been saying, President Putin feeling the heat from sanctions, the Russian economy, a couple of indicators looking pretty alarming from where he sits. But he does have the upper hand on the battlefield, doesn't he, Jim?
Well, he does, and the belief is that he feels that given time, he's going to win on the battlefield. Ukraine fights hard, but you know they've got manpower issues, and there's other things that can grind Ukraine down, and perhaps give a break to the Russian forces who might be able to make advances and really put Putin in a better place. So there's that. You know, the economic downturn, certainly for Russia at home, that we've heard about. My feeling is that maybe in our societies, if we'd had some downturns the way that Russia's having them now, there would be problems and marches in the streets. But in Russia, I don't think a bad economy necessarily translates into problems for Putin. He doesn't have to worry about running for re-election. And he doesn't see things the way we do. But there is one thing that he is getting some pressure from, and that is the potential of energy shortages for him in terms of his oil exports and the money he earns from the oil exports. If the president, in fact, puts secondary tariffs on India or other countries that buy his oil, that's going to cut probably his exports, and that will cut the amount of money he has coming in to fund the war. And of course, Zelensky is bombing every night. He's bombing refineries in Russia. So the Russian ability to refine oil into gasoline for cars in Moscow, as well as on the battlefield, that's going to be hurt too. And then, of course, the EU has put sanctions on his shadow fleet, the tankers that are being used in the exportation of fuel. Now they're under sanctions by the EU. So he is feeling pressure on the energy side, because if he doesn't have gasoline for people in Moscow, he might hear something from his domestic audience then. But he's not going to have the money that comes in from exports that helps him pay for the war, and he'll have shortages on the battlefield. So that might be something that will pressure him to actually come to the table to get some relief.
Okay, I just want to let's talk about President Zelensky for a moment, because it's been 6 months since that infamous meeting in the Oval Office between President Trump and President Zelensky, when Zelensky was effectively shooed out of the building. President Trump pretty hard on Zelensky, certainly in the first few months he was in office and on the campaign trail, as were quite a number of people in the GOP. Amanda, do you think he's softened his stance towards President Zelensky? Do you think President Trump and President Zelensky are now more or less on the same page?
Well, I think he kind of pulled a Machiavellian move on him. He kind of showed him the door, as you said, shoot him out of the White House, really made an embarrassment of him in February when he was in Washington at the White House. But what President Trump wants, I think the overarching theme here is that he wants to broker peace. This is what he wants to partially build his legacy on. I think the fact that you see him doing a call with all these European leaders yesterday, it's just really dynamic. It's very interesting to see. He is trying to lead them all in hopes that he can broker this negotiation. And again, level setting expectations. But, I will say one thing. In the United States, they go after President Trump, the naysayers, the haters, they call him vitriolic words. You've heard it all. They've, called him Hitler. They've called him all these things. And I think it's really interesting, all these bombastic things that they have called him. And yet he's the one who's trying to save Europe from Putin invading and continuing to invade. So what President Trump is trying to do partially is, I think, to build a legacy, to demonstrate himself as a leader. So it doesn't matter whether he likes Zelensky or not. He may not care about the guy at all, but he pulled a Machiavellian move with what he did. And now he's just trying to save people from dying and Putin from just invading wherever he'd like to invade.
Okay, Jim, as we're sort of approaching the end of this discussion, I'd like to ask you, what happens if the talks fail, nothing comes out of this, that's the end of the diplomatic process? What does President Trump do then?
Well, I think he comes back to Washington, and either he is very frustrated and really says, I'm going to really have to press Putin now. I'm going to put some sanctions on him, not just on the energy side, like the secondary tariffs, but I'm also going to hit his banking sector harder than we've done in the past. I'm going to really push him. He could do that if he feels that might have an impact. He also could come back to Washington and go, look, I have tried. And I have been tapped along, and this is, again, we have not reached the stage I thought we would. This isn't working, okay, and I've got other things to do. And so he would then say, I'm going to have to move on to other things. I'm going to leave this to Europe to deal with.
All right, Amanda, which of those two scenarios sounds more likely to you in 20 seconds, if you will?
I would just say that President Trump's going to do everything that he can. If he has to impose sanctions, he will. He's going to do everything that he has promised and committed to. But again, when he campaigned, he did not say that this was his job to do. It was not our role to fight this war, but he's certainly going to do everything he can to end it.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed. Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer, you've had the last word. Thanks to you, Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy. Thank you very much indeed to you as well.
Thank you.
That is all we have time for on this special edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye. It is all eyes on that meeting in Alaska, the meeting between the US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. Well, it's hoped that this meeting could pave the way for an end to the war in Ukraine. Well, if it does, at what sort of a price could any eventual peace deal come at? Could it involve Ukraine giving up land to Russia? Well, we're just one day away from finding out. Well, let's discuss those talks in Alaska a little bit more. And we're joined now by the Republican strategist Angie Wong, a regular and a friend of Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again, Angie. And also the defence editor of the London Evening Standard, Robert Fox. Also a familiar face here on Arabiya English. Thank you both very much indeed. Robert, let me start with you. Are you optimistic about these talks in Alaska, and how do you see events unfolding?
I'm filled with gloom on one account, is there has been so much blather and talk by the commentariat, whereas you could believe that Putin or Trump or anybody in between, Starmer, Scholz, Macron, are about to sell what we would say in British English is the kitchen sink on this one. They don't really know. But it is very important, in this is a face-to-face meeting between the two. It's very much what they both wanted, and it's very much in the interest, particularly of Vladimir Putin, of course, because this legitimizes his position. And I think it's really what Trump likes very much, and we'll hear from my colleague about this, because he likes eyeballing people and saying face to face, now come here, come on, Vladimir, cards on the table, what's the deal here? And it very much plays to Trump. And the consequence, the play out from that, the staff work, and there will have to be very detailed staff work that comes from any kind of agreement, however tentative, is going to be absolutely vital.
Thanks, Robert. Angie, I mean, how do people in America feel about this Alaska summit? Do people think these talks should be taking place?
I think Americans feel great because we've been waiting for this. We've been cutting blank checks to Zelensky for many, many years now. This stops today. Now, what is actually going to bring Putin to the table? It may not be about Ukraine at all. To get Putin on the table, the U.S. will have to present something and offer Putin something much larger than a land grab in Ukraine. And why is it happening in Alaska? Well, geography matters here. You know, opening up the Arctic shipping lanes under U.S.-Russia control. Well, that could bring Putin to the table. Squeezing the EU out of these negotiations, which they have been, and maybe making deals with a trade deal with U.S. and Russia could also bring Putin back to the table. So Ukraine may not be the end game in these negotiations happening in Alaska today. It may just be a bargaining chip for President Trump to talk to Putin about larger issues that they could work together in the future.
Okay, so Ukraine might be a sideshow, and perhaps there is much more at stake than the future of Ukraine at these talks. Robert, I don't know what you think of that. And I also want to ask you, why, if President Putin has so far refused to accept any proposal to halt the war and made no concessions that we're aware of up until this point, what might be different on Friday?
Well, the thing is that they're gaining ground at last. He's got a working concept of maneuver, which is working well. They're pushing on the front at several points. The air attacks have been devastating for Ukrainian morale. So why give up now when you appear to be winning? Because above all, that Putin wants to show to his people within months, not within a year, that he has gained from this special military operation, which he said is absolutely vital to the future of Russia and Russia's standing as the premier strategic power in Europe. Let's not mess about with it. That's what he is after. And he will get a recognition, he hopes, from this kind of contact with Trump, because he knows Trump doesn't have much time for the Western Europeans because they cannot stand up to defend themselves. However much he soft soaps somebody like Keir Starmer, he knows darn well that Keir Starmer has no military credibility whatsoever. And this is where I would slightly disagree. I think Ukraine is important. It's not a sideshow. It's a point of entry into the argument. And I think it will be very important. I think the sort of things that are being talked about on the edges, like the lifting of sanctions and also possibly a resurgence of US and international investment into Russia, particularly into the hydrocarbons sector, is very important. It's very important for Putin, not just for his self-esteem, because he can turn around and say, yeah, to his senior partner, Xi Jinping, look, we can make things work. This thing really is worthwhile, and I am a genuine partner and not a client. So that's again where I agree with my colleague, that there are a lot of wheels moving here, a lot of which we have no idea about. And the thing that I have least idea about is the working of the two principals' minds, how they're working on this, how they work in general, and how they see the future beyond my lifetime, 5-10 years out.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many moving parts here, aren't there? And that's something we can all agree on. And, you know, but one thing that strikes me listening to both of you is just thinking, you know, President Putin is such an experienced negotiator and such an experienced statesman. He's been the uninterrupted, uncontested leader of Russia for much of the last quarter of a century. I mean, Angie, does this look to President Trump like a minefield? And could this set of talks be fraught with risk for him?
Well, it has been a whole set of minefields. Look at President Trump, what he's already done. He's gotten NATO members to up defense spending by 5% in every single country. He's put all these secondary sanctions on countries that work with Russia and buy cheap Russian oil. He's bombed 3 Iranian nuclear sites that was all related to all this. So he's done everything to put pressure on Russia. And now they're coming to Alaska to discuss a deal. Now, Putin, I mean, to speak to Mr. Fox's concerns here, Putin's KGB trained. He knows how to read Trump and Trump knows how to read him. This is going to be quite the meeting because you have two titans here who are going to be looking at each other, sizing each other up, saying, how do we do this? Right? And I hope that's exactly what we come out with, because both men want to continue this relationship. Both men want to have a relationship outside of a Ukraine conflict. And I think that would be the best results coming from these meetings, is to have further talks. Yes, Ukraine's on the table right now, but what else can we talk about? What other trade deals can we talk about? What kind of future are we going to have together? Those are the bigger questions that I would like to see coming out of these meetings. And I think we're going to get there. This is going to be a historic moment. You know, we're going to have great photos of the two men shaking hands on Alaskan soil. I think that this is exactly the kind of moment that changes world conflicts and the geopolitical rejigging of the maps. So I think this is going to be much, much larger than Ukraine.
Okay, so there's definitely going to be a great photo opportunity here. We can agree on that as well. Possibly comparable to the North Korea visit by President Trump, him shaking hands with Kim Jong-un 7 or so years ago. But Robert, let me ask you, I mean, beyond the photos, beyond the handshakes, I mean, do you think President Trump has done his homework, and do you think he's going to bring home some results?
To me?
Yes.
I think that's a very difficult question, because I read the learned Dr. Fiona Hill, whom Angie will know is no fan of Trump, and says he does it all by instinct. But that's not a bad thing, in a way. I mean, that it goes in a reverse order with him, the staff work. But I would like to ask Angie and to you and to ourselves, who are the second order people that are going to be really important that carry this forward? It's very interesting to observe the performance, the body language of J.D. Vance on his visit to the Cotswolds. And very interesting, the Times of London facetiously saying, is J.D. Vance giving up on taking over Greenland and Canada, but wanting to settle for the Cotswolds instead? J.D. Vance, I think, has been very skilled and astute in what he's doing. He has been getting the European heads together, including Zelensky, and said, look, this is what we can do only so far. This is primarily a European territorial question. This is what the United States aims for. And that's why I think that this is where the commentariat, and again, I would very much welcome Angie's view and yours on this. I think I agree with her. This is much more global than most people have realized. The agenda, I think, will be quite simple, but I think it will not only mean trade, hydrocarbons, the North, the Arctic. I completely agree with Angie about that, but don't leave out the South. And I'm not being silly. Trump has had a big success in brokering a ceasefire between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We know what the score is there. It is very important, that stability. And similarly, the way that he has been working things with Azerbaijan and Armenia, a seemingly quite local contest, but it could have huge regional and potentially global, but mainly regional implications. And this is why I think that he is a strategic thinker in sorting out the big questions, because the unresolved one that he knows he has to address and come back to is Iran-Israel. And so that's why I think this does look like it's the opening declaration of a whole new agenda, which I think will run through the rest of the Trump presidency. I don't think it's a one-off. I don't think it's a piece of opportunism. I think both these two leaders were looking for the opportunity to meet. And by the way, no comparison with Kim Jong-un and those meetings. Both men, and including Xi Jinping as well, have learnt the lesson from that one. Don't play the clown with Trump, which is what the North Korean leader appears to have done when they had the second meeting in Vietnam.
Okay, you make a lot of points there. And also you didn't mention that Trump had played a key role in brokering peace when things looked pretty tense between India and Pakistan back in May.
Of course, the other one.
And Angie, I mean, we just heard there from Robert. I mean, President Trump has been on something of a roll with these various bits of statesmanship that he has been performing on the global scene. I mean, it's been 7 years since he last met President Putin face-to-face, we think. That last meeting happened in Helsinki, to the best of my knowledge. I mean, how do you think these two men get along? What's the chemistry like?
I think the chemistry is fantastic. I mean, President Trump says all the time, but he calls Putin that they have an open line of communications, even after the phone call, and if Putin then goes bombs a Ukrainian village, they're still friends. It is really, it's an interesting relationship. And again, these are like the top of the tops of the world leaders. What I think the larger question to what Mr. Fox was alluding to, why they're all coming together today, hopefully for many, many meetings thereafter, is because, if you look at what they're all doing, whether it's Trump, Putin, President Xi of China, or even Benjamin Netanyahu, they're all basically wanting land grabs, right? I mean, we don't want to call it imperialism, but, essentially they're all trying to go for something else. Putin wants Ukraine and probably other parts of Eastern Europe. Xi wants the South China Seas, Taiwan. Benjamin Netanyahu has made plans to take over Gaza, for example. So what does Trump want? He wants Greenland. He wants the Gulf of America. He wants the Panama Canal. He wants Canada. I mean, so you're starting to see that there may be a negotiation to say, look, you take that and I'll take this. And, here's the new world order. I mean, I'm being silly about it, but maybe not, because this is the time where they can all come together and make those discussions and say, how do we do this? And everyone walks away a winner, except for those who lose territory.
Right, and this brings us to the end. And Robert, going back to Ukraine, I mean, what Angie's saying there is that there is going to be a loser in these discussions. I mean, it does look, doesn't it, fairly inevitable that Ukraine is going to have to give up some of its territory.
I think it's a very difficult moment for Ukraine, and it's a very difficult moment for Europe. Europe has not got its act together in time, despite all the meetings between Starmer, Macron and Scholz, to name but three of the leaders. The most fly and shrewd leaders seem to be President Stubb of Poland and Giorgia Meloni, a great Trump friend, in Italy, who seems far more... They both seem far more adroit than the other trio that I've mentioned. But can I congratulate Angie? You must rush out now in time for Christmas. You've invented the new board game above all. We're all going to be playing Angie's Land Grant game. It's very, very clever. I like it.
All right, well, on that lighter note, we're going to wrap up this obviously very serious discussion. We really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us. Republican strategist Angie Wong, thank you very much indeed to you. Defence editor for the Evening Standard, Robert Fox, thanks to you as well. Now, in other news, European leaders are voicing concerns just days ahead of a US-Russia summit in Alaska, warning against redrawing Ukraine's borders by force. Well, their fears stem from reports that the US may grant territorial concessions in Ukraine. Well, President Trump has suggested a peace deal could see Russia taking the entire Donbas region in eastern Ukraine and keeping Crimea as well. And that's raising alarm over possible legal recognition of Russian control. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister and former UK Minister for International Security Strategy, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, thank you very much indeed for being with us. As always, a pleasure. We're also joined from Chicago by Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas. Both of you, thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg, let me start by asking you. President Trump has insisted that any peace deal would have to involve some swapping of territories. In your opinion, should Ukraine give up sovereign territory in the interest of ending this war?
Tom, good question. And I don't blame President Zelensky for refusing to acknowledge that. And the question is, what kind of compromises have to be made? I think ultimately there might have to be, but I would hope, we all want Ukraine to stay exactly as it is or as it was prior to 2014. It's just the question is that realistic? And what's the alternative if that's proposed and then Putin says no and walks away?
OK, so Gerald, let me turn to you. You've written a letter in the Daily Telegraph. It was published yesterday. You say President Trump cannot be allowed to betray Ukraine in his desperation for a deal. In your opinion, Sir Gerald, should Ukraine give up anything at all?
Well, good afternoon, Tom. Not a square inch, no. And I'm surprised to hear Greg talking of that kind of compromise. It was his President Bill Clinton, who alongside Prime Minister John Major of the United Kingdom in 1995 signed the Budapest Memorandum, under which Ukraine gave up its entire arsenal of nuclear weapons, in return for which it's the parties there too, Russia under Boris Yeltsin, United States under Bill Clinton, and United Kingdom under John Major, nobody else. But those three agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine. Of course, Russia's complete breach of that agreement, which the former leader of Russia signed. And now it appears that the President of the United States is going to flagrantly breach that agreement. I think it is very, very dangerous indeed. It sets a very dangerous precedent. And of course, ultimately, if land is to be ceded to Russia, who thinks that Putin will stop there? He wants to seize the whole of Ukraine, does not believe that Ukraine is a sovereign nation. He believes that it should be part of Russia. We are entering a very, very dangerous period.
OK, Greg, let me ask you to respond to that and also to ask you what you think would be an acceptable exchange if an exchange is to take place at all.
Yeah, I don't know what the acceptable exchange of land would be, because it's quite natural to suggest that there shouldn't be any. And that's why I don't disagree
with Sir Howard. And I do think that, but I do think we have to be realistic. And the commitment that was made in 1995 was surely directed around nuclear capabilities or use of nuclear weapons, which, although that threat is always there, I don't think it's a realistic threat that Putin will use those weapons. But he does have 45 nuclear warheads. And then, of course, we have to consider that the first breach was in 2008, not with Ukraine, but specifically with Georgia. But then in 2014, when I suppose you could argue that Barack Obama should have honored that 1995 agreement, and apparently he did not. And there was, that might have been a time for sticking to the letter of the law. But I think there was appeasement in the Obama term. There surely was some appeasement in the Biden term. It's interesting that the only time Putin didn't aggressively take land in the last 2 decades was when Trump was president in his first term. So I don't know what to expect on Friday, but I do think that we just have to be open-minded. And as the president said, he might find out in the first 2 minutes if Putin's even serious. The reason Putin is at the table is because of the threats of significant economic sanctions. And that's something that President Trump was not afraid to do during his first term. He was very hostile to Putin in his first term. But that the time for deterrence was then. I'm not sure if it might be too late for deterrence. And I think because of the past appeasement from several presidents, I think we're in a different situation now.
Okay, so Joel, let me turn back to you. First of all, feel free to pick up on anything Greg has said. And what do you think President Trump's options are on Friday?
Well, I'm just very disappointed to hear everything he's said so far. He has basically hit Zelensky and Ukraine by refusing at one point to supply weapons. He has prevaricated throughout his presidency. He was unbelievably offensively rude to President Zelensky when he came to the White House. We know that Donald Trump is a maverick, but that was way beyond anything acceptable in diplomatic behavior. And of course, whilst he is prevaricating, he's imposed no sanctions upon Putin, calls him by his Christian name. And meanwhile, Putin is just building up his attack on Russia. I've just been reading a moment ago that Russia has made a further breakthrough in the Donbass. Of course, what Putin is doing, he's playing for time, as he has done throughout this president's presidency. He's playing for time, trying to grab as much land as possible, and then he will demand to keep that land. I'm sorry, Greg, but you're part of the appeasement process. I'm wearing a Falkland Islands T-shirt at the moment, because I went out there 20 years after the Falklands campaign with a number of veterans. We lost 242 men in the Falklands campaign, but it was our determination, the determination of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, that the illegal invasion undertaken by President Galtieri of Argentina should be resisted. Of course, at the time, the United States was ambivalent because of its support for its fellows in the American continent. But Margaret Thatcher stood firm. We recovered the land, and the message that sent out to the rest of the world was, do not mess with us. It sent that message out not just to Argentina, but to tyrants around the world. So on Friday, unless your president takes firm action, stands by the Budapest Memorandum, that commitment to respect the existing borders of Ukraine as it were in 1995, what he will be doing is sending a clear message that the green light, you're quite right, the green light shown in 2008 and in 2014 when Putin invaded Crimea and annexed that Ukrainian territory, he was sending out a message, the green light is still on and you can go and do as you will in the rest of Europe. Moldova, watch out. The Baltic states, watch out. Even Poland, watch out. This is really serious business. And unfortunately, we have a president who seems not to understand history, who is ignorant in the way he has accused Ukraine of starting the war when manifestly it was the invasion by Russia. These are serious times, and it's time for the United States, I'm afraid, to be absolutely ruthlessly firm. Putin is weakened by what is happening economically in his country, but he is determined to rebuild the Soviet Union. He's never made any secret about that. And it is time, I'm afraid, for us to stand firm.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to that. What Sir Gerald is saying is that we need some Thatcherite determination here, not give an inch, because if we do, President Putin will be taking a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think history has been very good to Mrs. Thatcher about the Falklands, and I think that was a brief moment where perhaps President Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher weren't on the same page, and that's unfortunate because in retrospect it was a brilliant thing, a brilliant defense of British sovereignty. And I think we all agree that Putin is the wild card here. Putin is a bad guy. President Trump was very hostile to Putin in his first term. You saw that with sending Javelin missiles after, Biden and Obama were sending blankets and ready to eat meals, with unmarked commercial trucks. They would ship those non-lethal materials to a U.S. airbase in Poland. They were just so afraid of provoking Putin, and then ship that material on commercial trucks to Kyiv. Trump came in day one, put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. He called out Putin for killing his own citizens in 1999. 3 prior presidents had the same information from the CIA and chose to bury it. So, look, I think the president's got a good track record of standing up to Putin. The problem is during the Biden term, Biden took the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2, for example, day one. So the appeasement's already happened. And what President Trump doesn't have the capability of doing is sending American troops. That's just not going to fly politically. There's no support for that, or very little support for that. And it's the same reason the Europeans haven't sent troops. So I think the president is willing to continue sending supplies, military support. He has done that. He's tried to use it maybe as kind of a carrot for Ukraine. This is not an easy process. It's surely not President Trump's war. He inherited that from the last administration. So I think we just have to keep an open mind. I don't know what to expect, but we might be surprised that the president is able to negotiate something credible. And that's by no means does that mean he's going to sell out on Ukraine. That's not the point here.
Okay, so Gerald, what we heard there is that President Trump has a track record of being tough on President Putin. Your response to that, and just a practicality, I'm wondering to myself, can the US president actually cede Ukrainian territory to Russia on Kyiv's behalf? Is that even, from a practical point of view, an option?
Well, it's deeply offensive that the president should think that he can cede somebody else's land. And in fairness, listening to what he was saying yesterday, he said it's not for him to decide, although he has given the impression up till now that it is very much a deal to be done between him and President Putin. And I find this transactional nature, as though it's some kind of property deal, also pretty offensive as well. This is high stakes international politics where the security, not just of Europe, but the entire free world is at risk. And when Greg says that President Trump has been standing up to Putin and got a good track record, I'm afraid you're wrong. He hasn't. He's done very little. To the extent that he's resumed now the supply of weaponry, only on the basis that that is to be paid for by the European members of NATO. And don't forget that he's been ambivalent about NATO as well, which is deeply, deeply damaging. And the Kremlin watches all this stuff. He is a maverick. He is unpredictable. And to the extent that he is well known to be unpredictable, perhaps my fears about Friday are unfounded, and I very much hope they are. But on past record, I'm afraid I'm extremely pessimistic. But I think at the end of the day, to Greg, I would just say this, I quite understand the practicalities of trying to recover the land that's been brutally seized by this tyrant. But the fact is, if we do not recover that land and restore it to Ukraine, watch out, because this man will not stop here. Read his speech of July 2021, when he set out his ambition to rebuild the Soviet Union. Because don't forget, Russia Russia's leaders feel deeply hurt that Russia is no longer the power that it was. They are throwing their weight around. There's nothing that Russia produces that any of us wants to buy. We don't want to buy their refrigerators. We don't want to buy their cars. The only thing they've got is oil and minerals. And on that note, if land is ceded in the Donbass area and the Sea of Azov becomes completely Russian dominated, so does the mineral resources in the Sea of Azov become Russian, as well as a large part of the Black Sea. This is really, really serious stuff. And it's time for the United States, not only the most powerful nation in the world, but the leader of the free world. You are the leader of us all. You know London, Greg. You know that this transatlantic relationship is absolutely vital. And if we don't stand firm, the message this is going to send to President Xi of the People's Republic of China, who has his sights firmly set on annexing Taiwan, to Tehran and other capitals around the world, other tyrants. The message this is going to send is going to be, we're okay, we can get on with it. We won't be challenged. So, as I say, it's with a pretty heavy heart. I'm pretty despairing.
Greg, let me ask you, what your thoughts are on what Sir Gerald has said, and what you make of the argument that any concession is essentially a reward to President Putin for his actions and a step towards the reconstruction of something resembling the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think, again, we all agree that President Putin is a bad guy, and he has not behaved well for decades now. And I think even his speech at the Munich Security Conference back in 2007 or 8 should have been a great warning to the West. And so there's been appeasement, not necessarily by President Trump, but there's been appeasement in the West on Putin for years now. And so it's kind of an odd time to decide to roll up our sleeves and defend Ukraine 3 years later. Now, Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs for President Biden, sat down with the president and told him 2 years ago that the Ukrainians were brave. They defended Kyiv. They managed to keep Putin from taking over the country. Good for them. But now it's a stalemate. Now's the time to negotiate. Now, his counterpart in Ukraine said the same thing to Zelensky. Of course, he was fired. Biden did not fire Mark Milley. He just ignored him on that. So, look, it's just an odd time to decide that we now must defend Ukraine, whether that means boots on the ground. I have not seen any European allies volunteer to do that. And on NATO, President Trump really cares about NATO. NATO is going to end up being stronger because of President Trump. Perhaps it was the Ukraine invasion that also inspired the NATO countries to increase spending, but there's no doubt that President Trump was very important in that. And NATO is looking to be much stronger thanks to what President Trump has been saying since 2017.
So, Gerald, would you like to comment on that?
Well, it is true. I concede that it's true that as a result of President Trump's firmness on this particular subject, European members of NATO have decided to step up to the plate. They were warned by David Cameron at the 2014 summit. David Cameron, former British Prime Minister, the NATO summit in Wales. In 2014, that they had to divvy up because the American taxpayer should not have to assume such a large proportion of the burden of NATO's costs as it has done since 1945. And President Trump in his first administration gave the same message. So it came as no surprise. But look, Greg, I do urge you to look at what's being said here. What Mark Rutte is not a nutter. He's not extreme right wing. He's the Secretary General of NATO, former Dutch Prime Minister. He is talking about the threat of war from Russia. The leader of the British Army, General Sir Riley Walker, saying the same thing. His predecessor, General Sir Patrick Sanders, saying the same thing. This is very serious, and we have your president, who I'm afraid has done nothing to put sanctions. Serious sanctions on Putin, has done nothing practical, apart from belatedly giving some weapons paid for by the Europeans to Ukraine. And he risks giving another green light to Putin. And please note that the warnings given by people who are not non-extremists, and understand that the United States itself will be drawn into some conflict if it is allowed to happen. And you say that the time to deal with Russia was in 2008 or 2014, and it's too late now. Well, appease him now, and it'll be even worse.
Greg, I want to ask you, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that peace should be built with Ukraine, not imposed upon it. Do you think President Trump is listening to his allies? And do you think President Trump is going to go into that meeting on Friday taking into account the opinions of the Europeans, who, by the way, have now paid more towards the Ukrainian war effort than the Americans have?
Sure, and they should be paying more toward that effort. Obviously, it's the European backyard, so that makes that makes total sense to me. I think the president will listen to the allies. He's not afraid to pivot if he thinks circumstances have changed. He's already done that on Ukraine a few times. I mean, he is the wild card here again is Putin. We all agree on that. Nobody's endorsing. If you're a skeptic of the war or you advocate for peace and you're an anti-war president, which this president is, that doesn't make him a Putin sympathizer. It didn't make him a sympathizer when he signed off on 300 Russian mercenaries being killed in Syria by American troops. It didn't make him a Putin sympathizer, again, when he called out Putin for 1999. He sent Javelin missiles. He put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. This is a president who's not afraid to use force. But unfortunately, since the Obama administration, the U.S. is not capable of fighting a two-front war. He's been very clear about the pivot to Asia. We have to have that capability to fight a full war against China if necessary. Nobody wants that, but it is not time for a two-front war. So that's what he's trying to avoid. If the Europeans step up, good for them. Nobody wants to see body bags, but I do think this president is willing to negotiate. He uses economics and trade. He put massive threats of tariffs on India, which is not good for America, not good for trade, but he's willing to do that, or at least threaten that, putting massive tariffs on India because they're buying Russian oil. The Europeans bought $22 billion of Russian oil last year. That's post-invasion. That's more than they've given to Ukraine. So they're funding both sides of the war right now. The president called out the Germans on this in 2018, just like Reagan did in 1981. So there's a lot of moving parts here. The president would rather use the threats of tariffs or trade or non-tariff trade barriers as a way to get people to the table. I think he'll try that here. It might not work because Putin is not completely sane, but I do think that he was willing to try. He's ended 5 perhaps regional conflicts already since he took office. And he does that peace through deterrence, peace through strength, but also peace through business and trade. So I would just keep an open mind to what we could expect. And by the way, to an earlier question, no, the president is not imposing anything on Zelensky. He doesn't have the power to do that. He's just trying to bring people together to talk about peace. And again, it's not his war. He didn't start this thing. He's inherited it. He just wants to give peace a chance, to quote John Lennon. So, I'm surprised the Democrats haven't been more anti-war on this, but it's kind of shown the new realignment politically. But again, the president's not afraid to use force for the right cause.
Okay, so Gerald, your thoughts on that and giving peace a chance?
Well, give peace a chance. And I do not pray for peace. I pray for victory. Every night I pray for victory for Ukraine. I've been there twice recently, Greg. I suggest you go there, have a look for yourself, look at the cemeteries. These are people to whom we gave an agreement in return for their giving up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. And imagine if they hadn't given up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. Do you think Putin would have risked this? Of course he wouldn't. But now they took their armor off, and because they were given an assurance by your president, by my prime minister, by the leader of the Russian Federation, and two of you are reneging on it. Only the United Kingdom is continuing to stand firm. And I think that is something of which you in America really ought to be ashamed. It's not a question of giving peace a chance. It's a question of dealing with a brutal aggressor. He hasn't been taking out military targets. You've seen on the television, he's been taking out blocks of flats, residential blocks, children's schools, hospitals.
We understand that. He's firing at civilians all the time. No one is defending Putin here. The question is...
Well, you've got to do something about it, Greg. You have to do something about it. We can't just sit there saying, oh, well, we'll have to do some sort of a deal. We'll have to, let's all sit around the table and seek peace. This man doesn't want peace. What he wants is Ukraine. He wants the whole lot of Ukraine. He's made that perfectly clear. Don't you understand that?
Of course I understand that. I've said that several times. And so the question is, do you think that there'd be political support in the United Kingdom for the UK military to be on the ground in Ukraine, to have boots on the ground, to have young British soldiers dying for Ukraine? And I might be wrong on that. I don't think there's that political support in the United Kingdom. So I don't know what you're advocating besides our economic and military support for Ukraine, which we've been doing since 2022, and it hasn't really worked.
Well, hold on, Greg.
I'm not sure what the next step is.
You say you've been doing it since 2022. No, you haven't. You've prevaricated, not under this administration, under the Biden administration. He prevaricated over F-16s. He prevaricated over air defense. Pardon?
You're right. That incrementalism was perhaps a mistake, to sort of drip feed.
It was a massive mistake. I said it on day one. We should be in that. We've been training Ukrainian troops since 2016 in the United Kingdom, not just since 2022. Since 2016, we have to a certain extent seen this coming. Although God knows what our diplomats were doing when Putin made that speech in July 2021. But what we needed to do on day one and did not do was to give them weapons. We gave them NMOR, the man-portable anti-tank missile. That saved Kyiv. You in the United States prevaricated. The Continentals prevaricated. You have to step up. Mike Pompeo said at the Odessa Black Sea Security Forum, which I attended the month before last, few weeks ago, Mike Pompeo said we have to give them the weapons. Okay. Mike Pompeo is a former Secretary of State for your Republican Party, our sister party in the United States.
I know Mike.
Yeah, well, Mike Pompeo is saying that. And Admiral Hewitt, who was a great guy, spent a long time. He takes that view. You have got to give them the weapons to defeat this deplorable, brutal aggressor.
So, Gerald, we're going to give you you've had the last word there because I'm being told we're out of time. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and we really got quite intense there in the final minutes of the discussion. But really appreciate you both sharing the time and the energy to discuss this important issue. So, Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, and Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Sir Gerald.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like the gates are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
of the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona, there's nothing like this city. This sun-drenched place in Spain is teeming with attractions and activity you will surely want to take part in. What to do? First, find the food. Along Las Ramblas, you'll see rows of bars and traditional Catalan restaurants. The famous Plaça Real also has the best nightclubs in the city. Live bands, indie rock music, and the like keep the scene alive. You can also chance upon hip-hop and dance classics if that's what you prefer. Walk further into Barcelona's older streets. Quirky little cafes, tapas bars, and boutique shops line the old windy streets. It's great for strolling around in the afternoon or early evening. El Gótico and El Born are some of the popular ones known for its rustic charm. You'll also be amazed at the graffiti art that decorate these streets. The beaches in Barcelona are amazing as well. There's a certain type of beach for everyone, depending on the kind of vibe you're looking for. Barceloneta is the most popular one. However, it is overcrowded, but the perfect place if you want to be part of all the action. Beach bars will blare loud reggae music, definitely enough to get you excited. Then there's a vermouth ritual, which you should definitely try. The tradition is simple. You just meet up with your friends and family before lunch and have a couple of vermouths and the little tapas. Of course, there are the famous tapas. Do as the locals and eat tapas by hopping from bar to bar. Sip on a drink as you sample the different tapas along the way. The goal is to visit as many as possible and try as much tapas as you can. Barcelona also boasts its craft beer scene. We all know how beer flows like water in Spain, but just imagine craft beer. Local Catalan brewers set up shop on a weekly basis, and there are just tons to try. After all the food and good times, don't forget the historical spots. There's the famous Gothic church called Gaudi's Sagrada Familia. Most notable are its dramatic spires, which will definitely inspire your creative side. The architecture is amazing, and it feels like a different universe. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. I'm disappointed in President Putin is how the US leader described his mood during his trip to Scotland, where he added that he was reducing the deadline for the Russian president to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. 10 to 12 days is the window Donald Trump offered, replacing the original 50-day deadline due to be reached in early September. The consequences of the Kremlin failing to do so would be massive secondary tariffs on Moscow's trade partners. Well, this turnaround in attitude towards Russia comes 5 months after the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, was very publicly berated during a meeting with Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House, when it seemed to many that Vladimir Putin was the favored party in the conflict that's now into its 4th year. Well, to pick apart some of the changing issues in the war, I spoke with veteran journalist Christian Karl, a columnist with Foreign Policy magazine who closely follows the conflict. Christian, thanks for making the time to discuss this issue, especially as it's quite topical. Donald Trump has now changed the deadline for Vladimir Putin to come up with a solution, a ceasefire. He said 10 to 12 days. Originally, it was going to be in September. What do you realistically expect to happen in 10 to 12 days?
I'm not sure I know what I expect to happen because Donald Trump is such a moving target. You know, he never really comes down decisively on the side of a particular option, or at least quite often does not come down on the side of a particular option. So I'm hoping that at the end of 10 to 12 days, we will see a very decisive statement imposing sanctions on Russia, but more importantly, secondary sanctions on China and India and the countries that have been buying Russian oil and gas since the start of the war, because that's what we really need. Sanctions against Russia are not very important. The United States does not have a lot of bilateral trade with the Russian Federation. It's just not a big target. The big target is those third countries which have been continuing to buy Russian energy. They're the ones we really need to crack down on.
Basically, when it comes down to Donald Trump changing his mind on and off, this doesn't mean that it's a fixed target anyway, does it?
I don't think it does. I mean, consider the fact he started off with a 50-day target. A lot of us were very skeptical. A lot of commentators, I think, were very skeptical about that. I certainly was. We've seen again and again and again that his deadlines and ultimatums are actually sort of sliding targets. You know, there's this phrase going around Washington that Trump is maybe, you know, always chickens out. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but he's certainly very fluid about the goals that he sets. I think he's always trying to leave himself space to declare victory, right? He likes to set up complicated situations, and then when there's some progress in his favor, he can make a big statement. He's very, very good at proclaiming his own successes. He's a real master at that. So I think what he often does is he sets up a complicated time frame or a complicated target or a target he knows is unrealistically high, and then when he achieves part of it, he claims a great victory. And he may very well do that in this case, too. But the main thing, again, is that we see serious sanctions against the people who have been supporting the Russian economy by buying its energy.
Do you think, Christian, that Vladimir Putin will take Donald Trump's pressure, his deadlines seriously?
I actually don't think that Vladimir Putin is taking Trump's deadline seriously. For one thing, he knows that the direct threat of tariffs on the Russian economy is not going to hurt him very much. He's not concerned about that. For another, I think he doesn't believe that it's going to be possible to crack down on this secondary market and the trading of Russian energy resources by people who are essentially evading sanctions. I don't think he believes that China and India will stop buying Russian energy and that Trump will punish them for it. He knows perfectly well that Trump has other agendas in play. Trump has a great relationship with Narendra Modi and wants to preserve his good relations with India. He has an entirely separate agenda of things that he wants to accomplish with China. So I think I'm really not holding my breath to see Trump impose these draconian sanctions on countries that are buying Russian oil and gas. I just don't believe it. I would be very happy to be proven wrong, because that would be a huge help to Ukraine to crack down on this trade in Russian energy. But I just don't believe it's happening. And another reason why I don't believe it's happening is because there's a very, very tough and expansive package of sanctions now moving its way through the Senate, sponsored by some very powerful senators, that would impose huge sanctions on these countries, third countries that are buying Russian oil. And Trump has not said a single word about whether he approves of that legislation or doesn't. We suspect that he isn't keen to sign off on that legislation because he doesn't want to give any of his power away to Congress. He's been very consistent in trying to prevent Congress from usurping what he sees as his powers to sanction countries or impose tariffs. But those sanctions that are currently making their way through the Senate are really quite draconian, and with the full power of the Congress behind them, they might actually get implemented and do something. But just leaving it all up to Trump, I think, is not really a very safe bet.
Now, critics might say he tends to think in a very linear way,
yes,
whereas the relationships are far more of a web. So, if he's going to punish China and India for buying Russian oil, it tangles up all the other relationships. There's the tariffs issue, there's apart from trade, there's the politics, the diplomacy. So is it possible to get anything done in a linear way in such a multi-connected world?
Well, I think that's a great point, Riz. I think the answer is no. Also, one reason why I'm also very skeptical about precisely that thing is that he doesn't seem to have a clear strategy. He seems very situational. It's sort of, a month ago, Putin was doing exactly the same stuff, but Trump didn't seem, or 2 months ago, 5 months ago, Putin was doing exactly the same things he's doing now. If anything, he's intensified his attacks on Ukraine, but he was essentially doing the same things then that he's doing now. Trump was fine with it. So now he's decided he's skeptical about Putin. And to be honest, I don't really understand why, because Putin's the same guy. He's pursuing the same strategy. He's never shown for a second that he wants to end the war. That's the bottom line. Putin started this war. Ukraine didn't start it. Putin started it. Very personally, Putin, yes, and Russia. So why would Putin stop it? I haven't heard the strategic calculation from Trump. He just seemed to assume that Putin wanted to have a ceasefire to stop the war. Why? Why would he do that? It's his war. He started it. The only way he'll stop it is if somebody puts really, really hard pressure on him and makes him squeak. If you don't do that, nothing's going to happen. He doesn't want to end the war.
I'm going to get back to this in a second, but let me kind of march back through some of the history that certainly the critics bring up, and that is that Russia was promised NATO would not take even an inch step, going east. So those who support Vladimir Putin say, well, look, and Russia, say that basically Russia's been cheated, if you like, by the Western allies in their expansion into the former Soviet territory, and that this is the justification to a large degree. How do you, when you hear those kind of comments, how do you regard that? That there is some justification on the part of Putin, perhaps?
Well, first of all, we don't have to litigate the whole thing now, but the idea that the West promised it would not expand NATO and then broke its promise is a little complicated. One principle that NATO has always made very clear is that countries can apply to join, right? That's their free choice. And the people who ran NATO and the president of the various presidents of the United States never said, Poland or the Czech Republic can never apply to join NATO. They never said that. The idea that the West made a promise it wouldn't expand NATO is, I think, actually not quite right. There were specific promises made about not stationing Soviet troops in East Germany after the unification of Germany that were then kind of taken by some of the Russians in a more general way. But let's assume that Russia feels threatened by NATO. If Russia feels threatened by NATO, why, for example, then is Russia trying to simply take over all of Ukraine, destroy Ukrainian cultural institutions, bomb Ukrainian publishing houses and libraries, bomb Ukrainian churches with, precision-guided weapons in many cases? Why is it also staging a war on Ukrainian culture? And why does Putin persistently deny the existence of Ukraine as a nation?
So what you're saying is that the action of Russia against Ukraine is not commensurate with the idea of this broken promise.
Yeah. They seem to have a whole raft of other things they want to do in Ukraine, including denouncing, the whole country's leadership, which is led by a Jewish person, President Zelensky, as neo-Nazi, right? There seems to be a whole range of other cultural objectives here, which have to do with the fact that Putin is a Russian imperialist, and he's never been able to imagine a Russia without Ukraine, or at least a big chunk of Ukraine in it, right?
Isn't that the mistake a lot of people make, saying he wants to bring back the Soviet Union when it's actually more about the whole idea of being a czar?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's more about an imperial Russia. Someone once said that Russia without Ukraine is not really an empire, right? And I think that's probably true. Ukraine is a democracy. It has a lot of problems. It could hardly be otherwise. It left the Soviet Union 35 years ago. But it is a democracy. Zelensky is a genuinely elected leader, which you can't say about Putin. So what you have right there on Russia's border is a big, strong, relatively wealthy and powerful country with a very vibrant democracy. When people don't like something in Ukraine, they take to the streets, they demonstrate, they demand better of their leaders. They don't just shut up and put up with it.
They even elected a comedian.
Which is pretty brilliant, right. Actually. I see Zelensky as kind of a Ronald Reagan figure, somebody who started off in show business and understood some of those skills transfer very well to politics. I mean, you could say that about Trump as well. But one thing that's very clear is that Putin does not see Ukraine as an independent nation. He doesn't see Ukraine as a nation that deserves to have its own destiny. He sees it as a vassal state, a state that belongs to him, essentially. And one of the reasons why it's such a huge threat to him is precisely because it's a democracy. You can't have a big, strong country with a bunch of Russian-speaking people in it acting like citizens of a democracy right on the border with Russia. That's the last thing Putin wants, right?
Like a viral spread into Russia.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get back to Ukraine because I know you were there last year. But let's get back to this issue between, the relationship between Trump and Putin for a minute. And I interjected just to get some historical perspective. But what do you think the actual relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is like?
Well, that's a great question. I haven't been in the room. In some of their meetings, they even excluded note takers and, the famous meeting in Helsinki where it was just Putin and Trump and their interpreters in the room. So, it's a little hard to say. I mean, they purposely tried to obfuscate that a little bit. But I think one thing that's very clear is that Trump does admire Putin's style of leadership. I don't know that there was, that Putin has compromising material on Trump from, old Soviet days or post-Soviet days. I don't know. And to be honest, it's kind of irrelevant. We see what we see, which is a very clear pattern since Trump came to the presidency in 2016 of flattery and adulation of Putin, right? Most famously, again, in that meeting in Helsinki, where Trump disavowed his own intelligence agencies, the assessment of his own intelligence agencies, and said, I trust this guy more than I trust the people in my own government. I'm still trying to get over that moment, right? That was one of the most extraordinary moments in recent American history. People seem to have mostly forgotten it. So it isn't about whether Putin's got something on him. That's simplistic. we've seen a very clear pattern of Trump admiring Putin. I think it's simply because he admires Putin's style. He admires the style of leadership. He wants to be a leader like that. I think that's a pretty modest hypothesis. I mean, everything fits that pattern.
Well, another extraordinary moment, Christian, was when Volodymyr Zelensky turns up at the White House and suddenly gets a real earful from both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. What went through your head when you saw what was going on there?
Well, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I saw that meeting.
Were you expecting anything like that?
I was really not expecting anything like that. The degree of contempt, open contempt that Vance and Trump were displaying towards Zelensky was quite astonishing. You could see it in Zelensky's face. He wandered into an ambush and didn't realize that's what was happening. He thought he was being received as a fellow head of state, which under normal conditions should be a pretty basic assumption. And he wandered into an ambush, and he was completely, I think he was also flabbergasted. It was really a shameful moment for the United States and for American diplomacy. The Ukrainians certainly have not forgotten it, right?
It rallied the Europeans against Russia a bit more, though, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. I think you're quite right about that. It was a huge wake-up call for the Europeans, and I think they have not forgotten it either. They've tried to put a good face on things. I think they've done a good job of trying to work with Trump. As we've seen from some recent reporting, they've been working flat out behind the scenes to repair that break between Trump and Zelensky, and they seem to have had a lot of success. It's been really quite a remarkable turnaround since then, but I don't entirely trust it, and I don't think the Ukrainians do either. Trump has said Putin's been doing some bad things lately. I don't like them. He's been sending missiles into Ukrainian cities. Well, where was he for the previous 3 years? It's like the rest of the war didn't happen. When the Russians have been perpetrating atrocities in Ukraine for almost 4 years now. I mean, it's going on. It's going to be 4 years pretty soon. So somehow that didn't elicit Trump's sympathy or indignation. It's kind of extraordinary. So one wonders how much substance there is to this recent shift, as many are calling it. I'm inclined to be a little skeptical. I still think that everything Trump has done shows that his instinctive sympathies go to authoritarian leaders. And Putin is somehow the embodiment of the values that he really wants to emulate. There is also the issue, if I may, Riz,
Please.
if I may,
Yeah.
of Trump apparently has this idea that he can woo the Russians, bring them over to our side, and create a common front against the Chinese. Some people call this the reverse Nixon. Nixon famously forged an alliance with Mao Zedong and Communist China to marginalize the Soviet Union. But I don't think you can do a reverse Nixon. I don't think Trump is the man to pull it off. I don't think it can be done. Russia and China are joined at the hip now, right? They are so close on so many levels, strategically, economically, mentally. They both decry the decadent West. You can't just, what is Trump going to offer them? Again, we have almost no trade with the Chinese. We might build up our trade a little bit, but we're the greatest energy exporter in the world. Russia is one of the other great energy exporters in the world. How do we synergize that? Actually, we're innate competitors economically. So I just don't see how that works.
So if Donald Trump admires Vladimir Putin and kind of likes the idea of emulating such a strong leader, is there any room for right or wrong with what's going on? Or is it just ego-driven?
What do you mean?
Well, if Donald Trump is big concern, or I guess the issue that he favors is that this is a strong leader. He likes that. He wants to emulate that kind of leadership. The issue of all the deaths, all the destruction and stuff seems to kind of then be pushed to one side.
I think it is pushed to one side. I think Trump has shown very clearly he's a power politician. He doesn't have a very strong record on defense of human rights. He doesn't seem very concerned about those things unless there are other reasons to be concerned about them. Putin has been violating the human rights of Russians for going on 25 years now. He's launched this absolutely superfluous, gratuitous war in Ukraine, completely a war of choice. It was not forced upon him by anyone. And again, as I said earlier, Trump never seems to have been particularly disturbed by that. Trump doesn't, feels threatened by China. He wants to contain China. But during his first term in office, he was strikingly silent about Chinese human rights violations. He could have used that as a very powerful cudgel against the Chinese, and they did pass some good, human rights legislation addressing the problem of minorities in China during his first term, but he barely said a word about it. He doesn't really seem fundamentally concerned about human rights. I don't think he trusts rhetoric about human rights. He, again, is a power politician. He believes in realpolitik. He believes in strong leaders. I think when you really pin him down on it, he'll say, oh, all that talk of human rights is kind of fluffy nonsense. Yeah, I don't want to see people killed in Ukraine. I don't want to see babies starving in Gaza. But,
All this time, as you say, nearly 4 years, the level of death and destruction has been pretty severe. Eyes shifted off Ukraine, Russia because of Gaza becoming so desperate. And the news cycle is fickle, as you know.
Yeah.
But the level of destruction is pretty great. Now, you're a Russian speaker, fluent Russian speaker. You were in Ukraine last year.
Yeah.
Around what, September, October?
September and October, yeah, 8 weeks.
What did you see there, Christian?
What I saw was very inspiring. I saw a nation of citizens, right? Not subjects, not people obeying a king or a dictator. A nation of citizens, people taking initiative, fighting for their own rights as citizens of a sovereign state. What you see here, you see a huge level of volunteerism. You see a huge level of civic activism. And above all, this incredible creativity, right, that people have shown in pursuing this war. When the Russians invaded, the Ukrainian military was caught off guard. You might remember that we gave lots of warnings, and Zelensky didn't necessarily take them that seriously. And so the Russians made a lot of progress in the initial hours of the invasion. And then what happened? Citizens grabbed guns and went out to the streets to defend their country. That is actually what happened. So, I went in October to Kharkiv, which is a city about 40 miles from Russia, and I met members of this brigade that's defending the city. And the people who are in that brigade are, PR executives, a poet, famous Ukrainian poet, lawyers, IT specialists who are part of this unit. They were not soldiers before the start of the invasion, and now they're fighting for their country. And they're devising all kinds of extraordinary creative strategies and gadgets and techniques to thwart what the Russians are doing. It's very inspiring. It's heartbreaking, too, of course, because the level of destruction is insane. But it is inspiring.
Were you expecting the level of resilience from Ukrainians and the fact they've been able to hold out so long?
I think it's one thing when you hear about it and you see the news. It's another thing when you see it in front of you, right? Just the spirit is incredible, right? Like people, they don't want to give up what they have. They've put a lot of work into this country since 1991, and they really don't want to give up their achievements, a lot of very hard-won achievements. Building up democratic institutions. And as I said, it's still very much a work in progress. But that's what people think they're defending, okay? They're defending these achievements that they have largely won through their own hard work and pluck.
What were the stories, while you were there, what were the stories that surprised you, Christian?
That's a great question. I don't know. I found so much that was surprising. I was giving lectures at the Kiev School of Economics, which is a fantastic big shout out to the Kiev School of Economics. It's a fantastic, relatively young educational institution and enjoys a lot of support from the EU and various donors. You go in, you might think you were in Finland or something. It's this beautiful modern building. And, I was giving lectures on various topics. Then every now and then we'd have an air raid siren. And then the whole class would go downstairs to the air raid shelter, and I would continue my lecture. You know, it's that kind of, you know, they weren't going to let the war stop their education. That would be a defeat. And it's that kind of resilience, I think that's a wonderful word that you picked up there, that is very characteristic.
What level of destruction did you witness, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of society? Because sometimes we hear about, you know, people still go out, they meet in coffee shops, that life goes on. Again, it depends on where and, you know, where in the country and what's being attacked. But that again, resilience must take a bit of a hammering.
Look, I think it's an entire country. You can be deceived because, yes, those cafes are open and those restaurants are open and they're full and people are going out. But it is quite deceptive. There was a poll taken not too long ago. I can't remember the exact number, but basically it was something like 75% of Ukrainians said they had a loved one or a friend who had been killed in the war. So it's basically an entire society suffering from some degree of post-traumatic stress disorder. They cover it up pretty well. They're determined to go on fighting. But there's a reason why, you know, millions and millions and millions of people have left. They're afraid, right? Kharkiv was a city, you don't wander around. Kiev is not a bombed out city, right? It's not like the East End during the Blitz. You can wander around Kiev for hours and never see destruction, never, you know, forget the fact, never remember the fact that you're in a country at war. But if you go to Kharkiv, there are whole areas that have been blasted into rubble. When I was there a few weeks earlier, a young artist, the people very well known in the local community, had been just walking through a public park with a friend, and a shell came down and blew them to smithereens. And you experience that very directly in a place like Kharkiv. It's still a beautiful city. It's still surviving. Again, there are some restaurants open and people are going about their normal lives, but there you really feel it. And by the way, talk about resilience. I was driving through Kiev one day with my friend, and we passed through an intersection right in the middle of Kiev, and he said, by the way, in the opening days of the war, the Russians hit this intersection with a ballistic missile. It went right in there, and there was a gigantic crater, I think he said 10 or 15 feet deep. And, you know, absolutely devastating attack. And by the next morning, they had filled up the hole. You know, they just were determined not to let this dominate their lives. They were going to fill in the hole. And I think that's a pretty good metaphor of the whole situation. I mean, there is no possible reason why Ukraine should still exist. Putin has thrown everything he has at that country. If you had told me in January 2022 that, you know, Ukraine was still going to be around 4 months after Putin launched an all-out invasion, I would have laughed at you. And here they are.
Well, almost 4 years in. Yeah. What sort of impact do you think this will have on the generations, the younger generations, when it comes to how they will regard Russia, the ones who are non-Russian Ukrainians or of Russian origin? How do you think this is going to play out in the long term when it comes to the relationship between Ukrainians and Russians?
Well, look, Ukrainians were already, all the polls showed, very pro-European and pro-Western before this phase of the war started. I mean, we have to remember the war really started in 2014, so it's been going on a long time. So I think that pro-Western orientation will only increase. The ties between Ukraine and Western Europe will only increase because of the millions of Ukrainians who have migrated to every country in Europe and are living there now. That's merely going to strengthen this bond. And I think we've seen in the course of the past 3.5 years how disgusted the majority of Ukrainians have become by what the Russians are doing.
What about the Russian Ukrainians? Well, I mean those of Russian origin.
Well, there are Russian-speaking.
Okay.
Russian-speaking, I think, is a good word.
Is it okay? Sure. I mean, ethnically, because of the way the Soviet Union mixed up people.
Yes.
I presume quite a few who were ethnically Russian in the sense of from that.
Sure.
They would have been mixed.
Yeah, that's a very mixed picture. Some of them sided with Putin. You know, felt they were being, that they were being infringed upon somehow by the Ukrainian government. Okay, I get it. There are some people from Eastern Ukraine who have sided with Russia, unquestionably. There are a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are completely on Zelensky's side. Kiev, before this invasion, was a Russian-speaking city, largely. There are parts of Ukraine where they speak Ukrainian, have always spoken, majority has already spoken Ukrainian, always spoken Ukrainian. But Kiev was very much a Russian-speaking city. And when I took trips with taxi drivers, we would speak Russian. Nobody had any problem with that. But, you know, this sense of disgust is very palpable. And even in Kiev now, you hear people making an effort to speak Ukrainian and not to use Russian as a reaction. And, you know, until even after 2014, you could still, opinion polls showed when, you know, when Russia first invaded Ukraine, 2014, and seized Crimea, you know, opinion polls were still, up until that point, opinion polls, 2013, were still showing that most Ukrainians had a fairly favorable view of Russians. Okay? Ukrainians were not anti-Russian. What made them anti-Russian? Not some weird Western conspiracy. It was the actions of Russia. You know, Russia has a great history of alienating people who are well disposed towards it. I mean, ask, you know, the Iranians or the Syrians, you know. Having Russia as a friend sometimes is a bit worse than having Russia as an enemy.
Well, that's why I wonder, perhaps, as time goes on, whether Ukraine and Russia would ever be able to have a normal relationship anymore.
Yes.
You think they would?
That's a great question. When I asked my Ukrainian friends about it, some of them drew a comparison between Israel and Germany. Said right now it's unthinkable. Perhaps down the line, you know, many years from now, especially if Putin's no longer in power and there's a different regime in place in Russia, then you might be able to talk about it, just as Israel and democratic Germany now have a fairly good relationship. You know, the German, and how did that happen? The Germans accepted their collective responsibility for the crimes of the Holocaust. They recognized their crimes. They paid reparations to the Israelis, which were very helpful in the early establishment of the Israeli state. And they have good relations now.
Do you think that...
And that, you know, that could one day happen between Ukraine and a more democratically oriented Russia.
Do you think Russia, without Vladimir Putin at the helm, if something was to happen to him, would continue this campaign? Or is this purely Vladimir Putin's campaign?
I wonder, you know, that's a question I've debated a lot with my Ukrainian friends. To what extent do the Russian people support this war? And I suspect that a majority of Russians probably support what Putin is doing. And a lot of that is the product of propaganda and, you know, very, very toxic Russian imperialist traditions. But if you take away the dictatorship in Russia and you expose people to broader information, I think some things might change down the road. You know, I was a bureau chief in Tokyo and Moscow, and I also lived in Berlin, okay? So if you've lived in Berlin and Tokyo for a long time, you're constantly being made aware of how fluid cultures can be. You know, people in the 1930s were convinced that Germans and Japanese were absolutely unreformable militarists. It was deep in their genes. There was no way they could ever be persuaded to abandon militarism. It was just part of who Germans and Japanese were. Well, look at them now. I lived in Japan. It is a nation of pacifists. It really is. They're not very keen on the military. So cultures change. And I actually believe that Russia can change as well. But right now, I'm afraid change looks pretty far off and illusory.
When it comes to the future generations then, what do you think would be the unifying factor?
Well, that's a good question.
Because right now you have language.
Yeah, the Ukrainian language is, you know, has a lot of commonalities with Russian. It is a distinct language. It's not a dialect of Russian by any stretch of the imagination. It is a distinct language. And they have built up their own literary traditions, very, very rich cultural traditions. But there is a lot of shared history, right? The shared history of the Soviet Union, and going back way before that to the Russian Empire. So I often, even when I'm in modern Ukraine, I sometimes notice things that I remember from the old Soviet Union, habits of speech, or just the way that people do certain things, the way they keep their gardens. There's a certain degree of shared cultural memory, which helps to explain why Ukrainians used to have a very pro-Russian viewpoint, right? They have a lot in common. And I don't think actually it would take that much to revive that commonality, that sense of shared history, if Russia, this is a big if, can recognize its collective responsibility for this horrible crime they've committed against the Ukrainians and show some remorse. The Russians do not have a great history of showing remorse for their conquests. Maybe that's one reason why Trump likes them. They have zero sense of DEI. They are not woke in the slightest. They just conquer you and then they expect you to be happy about it. So I wonder if they will ever get to the point where, like the Japanese, like the Germans, they will be in a position to accept responsibility for what they've done and reflect on it and draw some positive lessons from it.
Both sides have had large numbers of casualties. We've seen a lot of damage on both sides, human and, basically societal infrastructure and so on. The Ukrainians are always saying, and the ones I've interviewed have always said, oh, we are defending our country. We're defending our country. In the case of the Russian soldiers, not a lot of information is put out. It's not in Russia's interest, of course. But what do you think is the toll it's taking on the Russian people, losing their sons and daughters to this conflict?
I actually think that toll is immense. We don't know for sure, again, as I wanted to emphasize before, we don't really know the state of public opinion in Russia. It's very important to say that. I sometimes see people citing poll numbers, from polls taken inside Vladimir Putin's Russia. That's a joke. You cannot call up people on the phone and ask their opinions in a police state. For the same reason I wouldn't trust public opinion polls in Iran or China. Not to mention the blanketing effect of state propaganda. So it's a little hard to know what's going on in people's heads. But there's been an enormous loss of life. The British Defense Ministry estimates that Russian casualties, dead and wounded, now amount to well over 1 million. That's not an insignificant number of people. That has to have some effect. Russia is now on a wartime footing. A lot of the economy has shifted to war production. That, I think, has some positive effects for people, employment and, higher salaries. But it's terrible for the rest of the economy, and people are really starting to feel that through inflation and job shortages. And then finally, after the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan, we saw a lot of those veterans come home and turn into organized criminals. And there was this immense wave of criminality through the Soviet Union and then post-Soviet Russia that was largely fueled by those returnees from the Afghan war. The Afghan war was pretty insignificant compared to this war. The number of brutalized Russian veterans coming home, traumatized and, suffering from substance abuse and barely coping, that's going to have a gigantic ripple effect throughout Russian society. I'm not optimistic about that part.
Especially as it's been drawn out so long now, the conflict, into its fourth year, well into its fourth year. What about the dependency Russia has on North Korean troops, for example?
Yes.
Was that necessary, considering the size of the Russian population?
Well, it is quite interesting, isn't it, Riz? Why would such a big country as Russia feel compelled to accept troops from a relatively small ally like North Korea?
What do you think was the reason?
I think the reason is simply that Kim Jong-un was asking them for the chance to send his troops into combat. He wanted his troops to have combat experience. And Putin saw an opportunity to get more men in the field, and so he complied. But I think that does tell you something about the Russian manpower situation. We call the Russian style of warfare in Ukraine, the meat wave, the use of cannon fodder, just throwing people at the objective and not caring at all how many get mowed down. Very traditional Russian attitude towards warfighting. But this is not the Napoleonic Wars, right? We're not in World War I, where, by the way, Russian defeat on the battlefield led to revolution. I think Russian citizens actually have different expectations nowadays. They don't just want to send their kids off to be slaughtered for no particular reason. So even though you'll see a lot of, Russians celebrating this war on TV in Russia, I'm inclined to think that at home it's a different story.
It seemed after the first, well, certainly the first year, where it was a lot of human-on-human interaction and conflict, things shifted to drones.
Yes.
And I think, if you consider modern warfare, it was the first time drones really became a major factor, it seems, in such a conflict. What was your assessment of how that drone warfare progressed?
Well, drone warfare has advanced by leaps and bounds in this war. And one of the reasons for that is that Ukraine has showed an incredible ability to adapt and innovate. And that is because their response to battlefield challenges has been very, very creative and largely unbureaucratic. A lot of the power to develop new equipment has been outsourced to people right on the front lines, not to the defense ministry, but to people who are actually in the action. I call it flat war. This is a very unhierarchical war, very unbureaucratic. So that has fueled this breakneck innovation. I think a lot of things I realize people don't know is that Ukraine was one of the heartlands of the Soviet defense industry during the Soviet Union. The best rocket engineers, aeronautics designers, a lot of them were Ukrainians. So there's this cliche of sort of Ukrainians as, rustic boobs. Not at all true. And that, legacy of engineering and technical knowledge passed over into post-Soviet Ukraine. And we're now seeing how widely that was, distributed among the technological elite and how flexibly they've applied it. But the problem is that Russia is adapting too, and in some cases very successfully. And of course, the latest iteration is the fiber optic drone, which is connected to the operator by a thin filament, which defeats electronic warfare, jamming and things like that. Yeah. And Ukraine is having a hard time catching up on that one. So for the first time, it really feels like the Russians are starting to get a little bit of an edge in the drone war.
If the kind of destruction that's occurring carries on, there's not going to be much of Ukraine for Russia to occupy or run, it would seem.
Well, I think that's a great point. You remember the idiotic American expression during the Vietnam War, you had to destroy the village to save it, right? And Russia has now basically destroyed eastern Ukraine in order to save it for Russia. There are not a lot of people still living in some of those places that Russia has annexed. People loyal to the government in Kiev have, of course, fled. A lot of other people have moved away, just tried not to live there. I mean, you see the footage of these places, it looks like footage from World War I, in Verdun or something. It's grim. I mean, there are parts of Ukraine that will take, decades to rebuild, but a lot of the worst damage is on the Russian side of the line.
I was going to say, I mean, for Russia also to recover, it's going to take a lot of money, it's going to take a lot of effort, and again, the ultimate outcome is how are these two countries going to interact?
Yeah. I was in Chechnya, by the way, in 2000, Riz, and after the end of the Second Chechen War, and I saw the capital of Chechnya, Grozny, which looked like something out of World War II. It looked like it had been bombed by multiple air raids, hit by multiple air raids in World War II, absolutely devastated. And Putin decided the way to bring Chechnya back into Russia was by simply picking a Chechen dictator whose son is now still in power and pouring in billions and billions and billions of dollars that they could basically use as they want it. So they rebuilt it into this amazing city. But that took decades, hundreds of billions of dollars, and for an area the size of Vermont. Eastern Ukraine, that's going to be a whole different ballpark. I mean, it's a bit of a poison pill, I think, actually. Fine, take your, 4 eastern districts of Ukraine, good luck with that.
Yeah,
You've destroyed all the industrial capacity. You know, you chased away most of the human resources. Now you get to have it.
But the trouble is also guerrilla tactics would come into play and the resistance would build.
Yeah, well, and that is happening now. It's a great observation, Riz, because, you know, in a lot of those places under Russian occupation, there's a really vibrant resistance movement going on, sabotage, assassinations. It's not at all quiet and docile there.
So Vladimir Putin is building his relationship with other countries in order to kind of bolster his position, and especially growing it with North Korea, it seems as well.
Yeah.
What's going to be the relationship growth between those two countries as a result of this? And what does North Korea get out of it?
Well, that's a great question. So last year, Putin went to North Korea. He was received with great fanfare. And after that, Russia and North Korea signed a friendship treaty that aligned them even more closely than they had been aligned before, which is actually pretty close. So what do the two sides get out of it? Russia gets North Korean troops. Most importantly, perhaps it gets artillery shells, because North Korea makes a lot of those and has a lot of those in its weapons depots. You can't have too many of those, okay? So that's those are two really important things, soldiers and shells. What does North Korea get out of it? North Korea gets a closer relationship with the Russians. They are probably getting Russian energy, which is absolutely vital for them. And they are getting combat experience. That is something that Kim is very, very interested in. To be sure, a lot of their troops have simply been getting mowed down on the battlefield, but the ones who don't have gone back to North Korea, and they've imparted lessons to other soldiers there. And I think that's the one thing that Kim thought his armed forces were really lacking. You know, they have not had an active foe in many, many years. Now they're getting amazing, up-to-date combat experience on a 2025 battlefield. And any veteran will tell you, you can train all day, you can come up with the most brilliant weapons. Combat experience is everything. There's nothing like the experience of actually fighting in a war against an enemy.
Now, information out of Russia is not that easily gleaned.
Yes.
And it's hard to know what real support Vladimir Putin has. Now, I know you said you suspect it's quite a lot. What's going on with President Zelensky? Now there seems to be some backlash, at least.
Yes, well, there have been a lot of criticisms of President Zelensky by pro-democracy activists in Ukraine. I remember talking to some of them back in 2023. They were worried about certain things that were happening. And now I think those concerns have really come out into the open because Zelensky, pushed through this law in Parliament that was designed to eliminate the independence of anti-corruption watchdogs. And the thing is that those anti-corruption institutions are not just random things. They are the very centerpiece of Ukraine's evolution as a democracy. Ukrainians have put enormous amount and effort and blood and tears into building up this anti-corruption infrastructure with very active support, I might add, for the Americans and the Europeans, because corruption was seen as one of the biggest problems in Ukraine. Again, a legacy of the old Soviet Union. And passing the legislation for those institutions and embedding them in the Ukrainian government was a huge triumph for pro-democracy forces. And by trying to clamp down on them and subordinate them to the government, Zelensky seems to have committed a pretty major error because people took to the streets. That's what Ukrainians do when they don't like something that you're doing. And they don't treat Zelensky like some kind of idol who's above criticism. It's not how they think. It's just not, and he's clearly made a big mistake, and now he's promised to reverse it. I'm curious to see if he will actually follow through on that.
Has the recent change, where now Donald Trump is pointing the finger at Vladimir Putin, for example, really improved Volodymyr Zelensky's position? Or is he simply on the sidelines watching?
No, I think it's improved his position to a large extent. If nothing else, it has boosted his position with the Europeans. And again, we Americans talk about ourselves a lot. We love to talk about the United States. But Europe is a pretty big force in all of this. They have actually supplied more financial aid to Ukraine than the United States has, which is perfectly reasonable because they're right next door. It's really their problem. And now they're really picking up speed on the military aspect as well. So, I don't think many Americans realize just how active the Europeans have become. So I think that Trump's shift has enabled the Europeans to embrace Zelensky even more strongly, and also, very importantly, to criticize him when he needs to be criticized, as they have done in the wake of this stupid move to curb the anti-corruption agencies. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The other important thing, Riz, of course, is that now within Europe, there are a number of different, especially in terms of security, there are different speeds as far as, defense policy. And interestingly enough, it's the Nordics, the Scandinavian countries, the Poles, the Brits who are outside of Europe but in NATO, who have been especially tough on Russia and especially passionate in their defense of Ukraine. Some of the other European countries, a little less so, other countries in the middle. But you've got this sort of multi-speed NATO, as it were. And that, I think, actually is a good thing because it enables the countries that are really determined to support Ukraine to be able to do it.
It seems that NATO's backing of Ukraine to this degree probably wasn't what Vladimir Putin would have expected.
Well, exactly right, Riz. He clearly did not expect it. When he invaded Ukraine in 2014, the West basically yawned, and imposed a couple of small sanctions, but he got away with it. Let's be frank. The West rolled over. So I think he was expecting that to happen this time too. Whatever the West threw at him, he could take it. And lo and behold, he has, by doing this, revitalized Western defense. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. I don't think that would have ever happened without this invasion. And now we've got a whole different ballgame as far as NATO is concerned. And, Trump is to be praised, in my view, for getting tough with the Europeans and making them spend more on defense. But I think we've now reached a point where they don't need to be persuaded. A lot of them are doing it themselves.
What do you think, Christian, is the worst case scenario for Ukraine going forward?
That's a good question. I think the worst case scenario is the United States completely abandoning any sort of commitment to Ukraine. To see more of these right-wing extremist parties come to power in Europe, which would then dilute European support for Ukraine. Ukraine desperately needs support from the West to keep going. I don't think they'd just give up without it, but of course the fight becomes much, much harder. So I think, the Ukrainians will keep fighting no matter what. I remember a taxi driver telling me that if they took Kyiv, people were going to go back to what they were doing in the late 40s and early 50s when there were anti-Soviet guerrillas in the woods fighting Soviet troops still long after the Second World War ended. So I don't think anybody would be giving up. But, of course, the fight becomes much harder without foreign support.
So then what's the worst case scenario for Russia?
I think the worst case scenario is that a strong and revitalized NATO pushes ahead really decisively with support for Ukraine, seizes all of the assets, the Russian financial assets that have been frozen, mostly in Europe. It's about $300 billion. It's quite a nice chunk of change, and that would finance a lot of weapons for Ukraine. I think that would be very difficult for the Russians. And I think a major economic downturn would be a huge problem for Putin. He's managed to get by so far with some very clever management from some of his technocrats. But I think, collapse in the oil price would pretty much do him in. So, and then, collapse of the Putin regime itself, I think, is probably the worst case scenario for the Russian regime. It might be a good case scenario for the Russian people.
Well, you have the advantage, Christian, of being able to go to places like Russia and Ukraine, speak directly to people, so it's not through interpretation. When are you heading back to that region? Do you know?
I don't know. I hope to be going back to Ukraine sometime in the not too distant future, but that's very unclear. I just came back from Georgia, which is, another place that used to be part of the Soviet Union. And there's an authoritarian government, very pro-Russian authoritarian government. This is very aggressively asserting control after decades of democracy. And so that's a very ominous sign of how things are going in parts of the former Soviet Union.
Are you optimistic in any way that there will be a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire anytime soon between Ukraine and Russia?
I'm cautiously optimistic, as the diplomats like to say. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's quite possible. Time is not on the Ukrainian side. They're the first ones who will tell you that. Putin thinks that he has the advantage because he can go on and on and on. I don't think he has maybe quite as much time as he thinks he does, but that's how he views the situation. The Ukrainians will tell you, we can't win an attritional war. We just don't have the people. We don't have the resources. We can't stretch this out forever. So I would hope to see us reaching a point where, whether it be through international pressure or internal economic problems, Russia has to kind of call it a draw and lay down its guns. That doesn't mean they'd be pulling out of eastern Ukraine. They might be staying there for the foreseeable future. But the point is, we cannot recognize that in legal and political terms. We can have a ceasefire and armistice, as we did in Korea, and move on from there.
And this is where it comes down to finding solutions that work for both countries. And that's the tricky part now, isn't it?
That's very much the tricky part.
Well, Christian, I know I'm going to be speaking with you again. Thank you so much for making the time.
It's my pleasure, Riz. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Christian Karl of Foreign Policy magazine there, giving us a closer look at the latest developments in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwannyo is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here. So it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamel Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. Atlanta, capital of the state of Georgia, which is the most populous city in the U.S. The city is in fact the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. It's got a convenient central location that allows easy access and a welcome invite for tourists. The region of Atlanta is known for many homegrown celebs. Its pop culture is also rich with diversity, shopping, a thriving nightlife, and yes, sultry weather. It's why the city is nicknamed Hot Atlanta, both for its happening night scene and intense weather. Atlanta is also known for its diversity and culture. Thousands travel to Atlanta for its yearly gay pride festivities. You're also sure to meet a mix of people from various nationalities, beliefs, and religious upbringing. The city, after all, represents a mix of the Old South values with modern beliefs brought about by its growing population. The city is also home to one of the world's busiest airports, the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. About 90 million people travel through it every day. And that's mainly because the city is centrally located and within just a short flight to where more than 80% of people live in the U.S. It connects to a dozen of both domestic and international destinations. Now about the famous celebrities in Atlanta. As you know, the city is responsible for many world-class talents. Rappers and singers we know today call the city home. There's Tyler Perry, T.I., and his wife Tiny, and Bow Wow. Music videos, films, and TV shows also love to feature the city. Most known are the scenes in Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Braxton's Family Values, and Single Ladies. On to the nightlife. You can try nightclubs and comedy bars, high-energy parties, and low-key jazz and poetry readings. Some even flock to Atlanta just to be able to experience the hottest nightclubs. Celebs also make a stop over to the city for the club's luxurious VIP areas. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. You'll find anything, yes, anything, to buy in Atlanta. Dozens of malls line the city, along with hundreds of shopping centers in practically every corner. Add that to the string of warehouse sales offering shoes, clothes, accessories, household goods, and appliances. There are also home stores for antiques and furniture. Just about every nook and cranny in Atlanta has a shopping area. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.